I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Directors, Nevada Irrigation District, March 24th, 2021. If you'll all join me with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Be seated. And Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. There are those backwards. Division 5.
Present.
Division 4. Here. Division 3. Here. Division 2.
Here.
Division 1. Here.
Thank you. We're gonna do this now, Dustin?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Board, we have a rare occasion where we are asking for you to consider adding an agenda item. It's rare because the circumstances under which you can do that under the Brown Act are pretty limited, but we have them present in this case. So, Chris, if you wouldn't mind, for the public, Chris will display the proposed amended agenda. What we're asking is to add a closed session item regarding pending litigation concerning the water audit versus Nevada Irrigation District matter. The need for your input on this closed session item arose after we posted the agenda, and then it needs your attention before the next regular meeting. So the circumstances under which we can add an item are present. Thank you, Chris. The procedure to do this is by motion. We would need, obviously, motion second. We need a supermajority vote in order to do it. If it so happens, we will go ahead and finalize the amended agenda that is being displayed, uploaded to the website, and then just slot it into the order of closed session towards the end of the meeting.
If you could remind me the difference between a majority and a supermajority.
In this case, it'd be four.
Four.
Okay.
Ayes. All right, a regular majority be 3. Okay.
I would move that we add the agenda item per our attorney or our counsel's recommendation. That would be pending litigation, water audit, California v. Nevada Irrigation District, 3rd District Court of Appeals, case number C-092877.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from the board? Is there any public comment? If you'd like to, if the public would like to comment on this item, to add this agenda item to the closed session, *9 on your phone. Let's see. I guess it would help if I have. Okay. And seeing. There's one. Matthew Coulter. Matthew, did you want to speak on adding this agenda item to the closed session? Oh, and *6 to unmute yourself. There you go. Matthew, did you want to
connect on Zoom? Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd just like to make a comment that it seems to be an ongoing issue with all our regulatory agencies here in town, Board of Supervisors and government officials, that it's all being turned over to the lawyers, and it's all being basically charged to the ratepayers and taxpayers as far as this goes. So really the winners in all this are the lawyers. And it's sad to see that that's the route that we have to go to get any communication going with the different agencies and elected officials, because the money could be used in other better ways. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else like to comment on public comment for adding agenda item to the closed session? *9. Okay, seeing none. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Division 1.
Yes.
Division 3.
Yes.
Division 5.
Yes.
Division 4.
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Dustin.
If you don't mind, Board, while you move into public comment on non-agenda items, I'll just ask staff to post that on the website.
Okay.
And will be available to the public shortly.
Thank you.
All right, now, where were we? Okay, at this time, we'll take a public comment on any item not on today's agenda. If you'd like to comment on any item that we're not considering today, star 9, I see 2 hands. Izzy? Oh, there she is.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great,
Could
thank
you state your last name for the record, please?
Izzy Brown.
Izzy Brown. Okay, go ahead.
I was disheartened to read that a small group of vocal individuals have successfully swayed NID to consider decreasing safety on Scotts Flat Lake during early morning, 3 days per week through the summer months. I've stated before to this board, both USA Swimming and US Rowing, the national governing bodies of swimmers and rowers, respectfully designates motorized and unmotorized boat presence during exercise sessions. US Rowing specifies a motorboat to be within hailing distance of rowers at all times. USA Swimming specifies on the water vessels at all times to provide support, and that buoy defines a course to contain swimmers so as they stay in close proximity to their safety vessels. Let's be honest, the ages of the groups of individuals who are pushing for wakeless mornings are the exact age who are at highest risk for cardiovascular events during exercise. If a cardiovascular event were to occur in a rower or a swimmer, it is the motorboats that are in a position to provide support. Why does this small vocal group of individuals get a louder voice than the 2 vast organizations with decades of experience? After this topic was discussed at the board meeting last summer, there was just this event on the Charles River in Boston. On October 1st, a former Ukrainian Soviet Union national team rower died while rowing on the Charles River. Nikolai Kormakov, 68-year-old male, was the head rowing coach at Simmons College in Boston when he slumped over his oars and capsized his boat. 2 nearby motorboats rescued his body from the river. Think of a motorboat like the presence of wearing bicycle or motorcycle helmets. They are inconvenient and maybe even uncomfortable, but they are required because it was decided that benefits outweigh the cost. As for calling wakeless hours veiled as quiet hours, I want to know if there will be an NID representative keeping 6 a.m. swimmers quiet as they drive fast down Lake Lane, loudly greet their peers, slam their car doors, use their motorized pumps to inflate their paddleboards, and loudly deflate their boards after their session. Having said all this, there continues to be a perpetual wakeless lake nearby, Lower Scotts Flat. Why should any users of Upper Scotts Flat get to dictate restricted use when Lower Scotts Flat is perpetually wakeless, motorboatless, and quiet? I formally request that a concurrent pilot study be conducted. I propose from Friday to Monday, sunrise to 8 a.m., motorboats have exclusive access, so they too may also feel safe and enjoy their water outing. This board may be unaware that last summer, a swimmer brandishing a paddle like a weapon threatened a motorboat driver with physical harm around the Cascade Shores boat ramp. And in a separate incident, a swimmer walking on the boat ramp stepped in front of a moving trailer backing down to water, then claimed that the trailer driver tried to run her over. Everyone, all users of Scotts Flat deserve a safe and comfortable water experience. In an effort to increase safety on Scotts Flat Lake, please do not restrict motorboaters to 5 miles an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy. Matthew Coulter. Star 6, you're muted. There we go.
How about now? Thank you. First time I've been able to connect to Zoom, so they're the latest billionaire in the line of billionaires, so hopefully it'll work better now since he's so rich. Yeah, I would public comment. I guess Centennial Dam isn't on the agenda, so I guess I can comment on that to not move forward with that project. And as well as a responding to the last speaker, last time I was at Scotts Flat in a canoe with my partner and her young girl. I said never again. We hugged the shore. It was insane. People were in boats doing crazy things at high speeds, and there just seemed to be no regulation whatsoever. And again, it's Lower Scotts doesn't have access, so to say that people should go there is unrealistic completely, as well as the fact that our local waterways are being so heavily impacted by out-of-town folks with expensive high-speed pieces of equipment that don't really recognize limitations of our area. And so it's really made it impossible for the locals to use the facilities. And if we're going to start making regulations for different things, it'd be nice to have a locals only day where people can go to the lake and use it and not have to compete with Bay Area folks in high-speed car boats. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Sue, is it Kaslava? You're next. Star 6, your phone to unmute.
Hi there. Can you hear me
Good
now?
morning. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
My name is Sue Koslava, and I'm speaking against the issue of reducing the Scotts Flat Lake powerboat hours during a pilot study from May 1st to July 30th, 2021. I'm a homeowner of Cascade Shores, and when this issue came up last summer, I developed a survey to get the opinions of all members of the Cascade Shores Homeowners Association. This survey was sent out by the HOA online, and the results were shared with Monica Reyes, indicating that 67% of the homeowners did not want the lake hours to change from the California state laws of sunrise to sunset for all users. Now I understand by reading the minutes from the January 2021 Maintenance and Resource Management Committee meeting that there is a proposed second survey to be developed and paid for by NID, and a restriction of powerboat hours to occur for 90 days every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for the powerboaters only. This is not necessary, as a survey has already been done and the results are in. The majority do not want the lake hours changed. We had representation in our survey from powerboaters, kayakers, scullers, swimmers, paddleboarders, and sailors. 67% of these did not want anyone's interest to be served over any others. They wanted equal access for all. Rather than waste time, money, and valuable staffing on this pilot study, which will cause 67% of these homeowners to begin complaining to NID, why not continue to follow the state boating laws of sunrise to sunset for all users? The scullers, swimmers, kayakers, and paddleboarders have the exclusive use of Lower Scotts Flat Lake, where no powerboats are allowed. This is a designated lake for their enjoyment. Why do they need more access to Scotts Flat Lake when they already have this option? And to speak to the other public comment, perhaps NID could use monies instead of on a survey of fixing that road so that Lower Scotts Flat Lake would not be a dirt road. We bought a home in Cascade Shores specifically to water ski here and have been enjoying this lake since 1978. Taking away the hours of access for one type of user, powerboats only, is discriminatory and will reduce our property values, as the calm water on this lake is a big draw for water skiers and wakeboarders. People who rent out their homes with Airbnb will have a reduction in rentals when powerboaters are looking for a place to enjoy the early morning glass water. NID might want to consider the legal challenges they may face by solely discriminating against one type of user on the lake, by those who bought homes here to enjoy the lake, sunrise to sunset. There has never been any issue between powerboaters and other users of the lake before the summer of 2020. The lake has provided all users a chance to enjoy this beautiful place from sunrise to sunset. There is no need for expensive studies, pilot trials of restricted hours, nor is there the personnel to enforce these new powerboat hours. The county sheriff will certainly not be here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning to enforce this for 90 days this summer. I urge you to reread Monica Reyes' recommendation to not change the hours and dismiss this costly pilot study, an unnecessary second survey, and to continue to allow equal access for all users of Scotts Flat Lake. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Anybody else like to comment on items not on today's agenda? Star 9 your phone. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on with our agenda. Information items. This is the these are the items that we would have normally heard at committee meetings.
Maybe, Board, I can just give a quick overview of what this is. This
Okay.
is the first time you've seen something like this, 40 so pages of updates, and this is to follow up with the new process of our new board meetings. These are items that would have been brought forth during one of the 4 scheduled committee meetings, either the APC, the M&R, the WHO,
Engineering.
or the engineering committee. Thank you. It's been so long, I've almost forgotten about that. So this was an attempt at kind of our first one to give you a field vision of what's happening from the district's perspective in these departments. We added a number of different departments, so you'll see stuff from finance and safety and communications and watershed, et cetera. But we wanted to give you a snapshot of pretty much what happened
in last month. So this isn't, some of it is bled into the month of March, only just because it makes sense. But it's mostly focused on sort of what happened in the month of March. Some of it is what happened maybe the last quarter. So we're still getting our feet wet underneath this, but this is an attempt to see, give you some information. If you have, the intent was not to go through these items. You'll see in here was the quarterly centennial update report as well that was happening in the engineering committee. So because that fell on this particular month anyway for the M&R, for the engineering committee, we added it in here, not as a special item because it was just an ongoing activity of the engineering committee, so that's in here as well. And we called it out in a special item within the informational items, simply because of its importance of the district, and it's highlighted as well. So we didn't want to bury it. Anyway, staff is on the line. If there are specific sort of questions that you might have that might be informational in nature, we don't anticipate really digging into this. So if you have something more detailed, we'd be happy to request of the board president that perhaps there's an item, if there's something you want more detail in here, we can bring back as a general item for discussion at the following or the next board meeting. But if there's, very minor sort of structural or questions that you might have, I do have staff on the line, they can chime in. Otherwise, this is our first crack at this method.
So to refresh my memory, we're proposing to present the informational items in the written form, but not as a presentation to the board.
That's
and
correct.
then if we have questions about any of them, after having reviewed them before the meeting, I think we all did, then at that point it would be appropriate to get further information.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's a good idea.
I do too. I really appreciate having it all in one place, so I don't have to keep attending all these different committee meetings.
Right.
Now, that was the point.
I know,
Yeah,
it's great.
good.
So the whole board gets to be informed about all of these activities, which is great.
Good.
Right. Well, thank you, Greg. Does any board member have a question on these? Go ahead, Karen.
I also want to say thank you so much for this. I think it's really helpful. One of the things that jumped out at me was the Environmental Resources Program update, because that, for me, hasn't been part of what I've been hearing about, and I really, I think this is a really important part of our work, and so I really enjoyed that. I wondered if on the Engineering Department project status report, if it would be possible to just have two other very small columns. One is just a check mark, is the project on budget, and another check mark, is it on time, on schedule? And to me, that would just be a simple thing of, yeah, we're right where we want to be with the project as planned, or we have some hiccups. That would help draw our attention to areas that we might want to have more conversation about. And then there was one chart that like the daily powerhouse inspections, there's on the side is a grid, it says percent, but it doesn't say percent of what.
I had that exact comment in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Small things, and then there was one chart that I particularly liked, which was under maintenance activities, page 30. I thought that chart is super readable, and with the numbers are more helpful in my eyes than the bar graphs. But one thing I would ask is, could we add a total there so we could see how requests trend over time
Oh, sure.
for these different things people are doing?
End of the month,
Yeah.
year-end total?
Yeah, year-end total, yeah. But I really appreciated seeing this. I think it's a good way to keep us informed, and I like the way you're doing it, Greg, that we're not going over it. One thing, we read it, we have questions, great, otherwise we move on. Perfect.
Awesome. We can certainly go back, and I'll talk to the engineering department on adding that on budget, on task, or on schedule checkbox. I think that should be relatively easy.
and the percent of what on the hydro chart, and then the year-end totals on page 30. Those are great.
Good points, okay.
Okay,
Director Peters?
thank you. I agree, I'm thrilled to see all of this in one place, and I'm super amazed at the work that the watershed department is doing with these grants and the CAL FIRE and here, Nature's Conservancy. I have a question, if we have questions, should we just talk to staff about it offline, or,
Yeah, I think the easiest way to do, so with this now that we've got on a monthly basis, you'll have these a week in advance, and that's our commitment to the board, that you get them a week in advance of the board meeting. I'm comfortable if you have a specific question about a specific item that's in one of these, we could reach out directly to staff and talk to them about a specific case.
because I think there's some things that are of interest to the public as well, with regard to what our district is doing and how projects are going and what's happening. And so, I'm wondering if it's appropriate to just touch on a couple highlights of different departments and discuss them.
So that is where the board president and the general manager create the agendas for the particular board meeting.
Right.
I think if there's something that piques your interest, or if it's something that you believe, hey, my constituents, or I believe this should be, we should have a general update, maybe it changes from this informational to more of a staff presentation on an activity, fully able to bring that to the general meeting and have a dedicated board meeting time specific to it, and go more in depth into something that you believe would be more beneficial. Because to be frank, everything in here is a very specific and important component of NID. So from staff's perspective, all of this should be elevated to the status of, let's talk about it all.
Right.
But of course, we are limited in time and effort, and we want to make sure that we, listen to you who are listening to your constituents about something specific. Happy to bring that to the full board for discussion, or just an informational presentation, sort of like we did last time with the CABI update. That was sort of like just pure informational. This is what it is, a little more in depth than just what we've talked about in the past at M&R, which is, a couple paragraphs of, CABI's ongoing. We went a bit deeper. So happy to bring something back.
Okay, because the purpose of the committee meetings was to allow this public to engage.
Yep.
And so if all we're doing is checking, okay, we received them and we filed them, but if we have questions, talk offline, then the public doesn't have the benefit of hearing any of that.
So going back to how we designed the new schedule of board meetings, was that anything in here that you feel you want to come back and talk about it more, let's bring it to the full board as an open discussion item.
Right.
Maybe it's a workshop, maybe it's an open discussion item, maybe it's informational only, but an opportunity for the public to then engage. And that was sort of the thought process.
And then if we have nitty-gritty questions, I can just reach out to staff before the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So my main request, I guess, of this of this meeting is that I noticed that in the maintenance report on the vegetation control, it doesn't mention any glyphosate study, or I'd like to have an item to talk about. Apparently there's a glyphosate study going on, and I know everyone got their letters about all of the chemicals put at the tree, and then I'll keep going in aquatic weed control. And so I'd like to have a board presentation or a presentation to bring us up to speed on where we're at on addressing those items.
I agree. Now, we did have an M&R, we did it something.
So
Thank you.
The blanket report will be a good time for that.
He's gonna tell us.
I'm about to tell you something. It's coming. It's actually coming. On last board member meeting agenda, you'd notice that, I think it was at the bottom of the agenda, there was a couple asterisks on future topics to be discussed at a board meeting. The glyphosate update was on that list. It didn't transfer onto today's agenda, but that is anticipated for the following agenda for the board.
And not only the glyphosate, but the aquatic weed control, I've received two or three cost this week alone, because everyone's gotten their notice, they're gonna be putting chemicals 4 times a month and are gonna have.
We have an update, and it was requested a while ago on what's the update. The Blankenship study is sort of this is kind of, this is brought forth because that study is now concluded, and so we're gonna bring that forth to the board. But we're also gonna talk about where we were on glyphosate, where we are now, and what we anticipate is happening in the near term. So
Okay.
I hope all of your questions will be answered then.
Yeah, because I
at
see it in an
the next
update of the,
board meeting, correct.
that it's even going on. And so this is the first paper, except when I saw it on the warrant. But then
Okay.
maybe it's asterisk on the last agenda.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, then I have I have many other questions, but I guess I'll.
Okay, let's see, we'll have a quota.
Ask them offline. But one of the main ones, it has to do on the engineering, on the just the way this data is presented on the engineering status report. If you look on page 13, number 6, backbone extension, that it says it's the East George to Lake Wildwood Pipeline Project Phase 1, and then it gives a description of what the project is, I'm assuming, what we're doing, and it discusses a Phase 1 Hope Street to construct 2,425 linear feet of pipeline and a PRD replacement, and that's what it says the project is that theoretically we're doing. And then we go to the next one, it says it's under construction, and then the comment, and then it says Ridge Road. To me, this is a completely separate project. It's not Phase 1. I think it was like Phase 12B, and so it's not, the description doesn't match the status. That's my big concern about, one of my concerns about that particular project. And so at least, at some point, it switched from being Phase 1 to being Phase 12B, or I don't know if that's the number, but a much different phase of that project. But it never got updated on this report. And then my next, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, and if we'd like to, the president and I can review maybe bringing a general update to the board on where we are with the Lake Wildwood Beth. I mean, the reality of this particular one was we got hung up on a right-of-way issue, so we had to change, and we had some budget remaining, and so we were able to do a future phase earlier, which is the Ridge Road section, as opposed to what we anticipated before we got hung up on the right-of-way.
So when we changed it, we should have changed the description and said, this is what we're doing. That's my point.
Okay.
We should say, we're working on a different phase, we're working on something different. So people understand what this comment has nothing to do with the description presented in the column before it.
Okay, we can look at that. Sure.
Yeah, so that's my big, and then, so I would like to revisit this stuff, because I don't know how much, do you know the budget on this, what we're spending on this?
Again, I think if we want to get
I'd like
detailed
to bring
into
it
this
back.
space,
I'd like to bring it back.
I'd request of the board president, and then board president and I can discuss when that kind of falls in line with, we can get it into an agenda item.
Because this is a very large project, and given, right now it's in flux of when we're going to be able to do the next 12 phases of it. And so we need to talk about, I don't want to end up with a stranded asset that's not going to be utilized for 30 years.
Nor do we.
So I'd like to bring that back.
Okay, we will take that under advisement.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I mean, that's not it, but I'll.
Well, I know.
And
so bear with us, this is our maiden voyage on uncharted territory here. It's gonna take some time to figure out, but I think we're off to a good start.
And just with the agenda, with the updated, agenda, these were not anticipated to receive comments from the public. I think at that point, we're then going really detailed into
And
multiple.
these are all being,
So,
go ahead.
so how much is this available to the public?
On the
It's on the website.
It's on the
This is all-
website.
that was my
So
question.
that's my point, is
All on the
go
website.
to the website, take a look. Everybody has access to it.
Right.
And, make comments as appropriate. And I think it's incredibly helpful to have this in this form. My one question is, how has this streamlined your operation? Or has it-
Well, one point doesn't make a straight line yet.
Jury is out on this.
Right.
So the jury's still out. I think it was a heavy lift to get to the, you know, the template and sort of continuity, what different departments would be bringing to this and what they wouldn't. So there was a lot of debate and discussion internally on that. We can't get every single thing that every department is working on into a few slides for each department. So, I think we're getting there. I think it's gonna be a work in progress, and I think, you know, your input and your questions are gonna help drive what we do put in here.
Because once you have the baseline,
Yeah.
it's gonna be easier from then on, hopefully.
We hope so.
Yeah, I just think it really gives the entirety, the complexity of what is going on in this district, and gives us the whole picture, and then we can focus in. Some of this will rise to a board meeting, and some will not. And I just thank you for doing this. If I just get my constituents 2 bits in, this BEPS project is crucial to Rough and Ready, Penn Valley, and Lake Lockwood. And I'm happy to have that conversation.
Yes. Director Heck.
Thank you. Again, thank you for doing this. This is exactly what I had hoped when we started talking about this back months ago. So I think this is great. I have just a couple specific questions. And for this engineering project status report, the other thing that I can't tell on this is, are these in some sort of order, like, this is the most important, this is, you know, some sort of, like priority, thank you, yeah, priority order? Or is there a box that we can check off that says, 4 stars, we need to do this right now? Or, you know, is there some way, or are they all important and they're all being done at the same time?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, well.
Yeah, but there is definitely a semblance of order and magnitude and priority amongst them. They do change, given the nature of the environment, what happens on the outside, storms, not storms, dry, wet, customer break, whatever. But these are items that are identified. Engineering works with all departments to prioritize and come to, you know, we bring budget to these, and so they're discussed at the budget level at the beginning of the year. They may change throughout the time. I would, again, probably, one of the future items that we've been talking about is bringing sort of how the district prioritizes capital improvement and engineering projects.
Right, that's been an
And
issue
so
for all of us.
I think that would be best covered by our respective staff members on how we work together as a unit and as a district amongst departments and set this piece of paper, this sheet of activities, right? It's certainly not everything that happens, but it's prioritization of different capital projects and infusion of capital asset and priorities into the district's infrastructure. So that's a long-winded way of saying, we're gonna bring to you relatively soon a overview of how we operate within our capital infrastructure program, prioritization, and developing our annual budgets and our 5-year outlooks and all of these other things.
Okay. And then am I to assume that if a project makes this list, it is budgeted? I mean, except for an emergency or something.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I asked that question, early on.
So some of them say budgeted project,
Right.
and some of them don't, or
I
silent.
might see if Doug Roderick is on the line, who might be able to help us with that.
Oh, he's on.
There he is. I didn't ask him.
Because I asked him the same question, and I have the answer. But we'll let him have the
You have the answer?
Okay.
I would like to hear the answer.
Thank
So
you.
we'll see if I remember if he answers the way I remember.
Well, hopefully I answer the same way. So I think the question was with regards to the projects on that status, that are they all budgeted?
Yes,
They wouldn't necessarily all be budgeted,
Right.
on that list. It's just the priority list, and you mentioned earlier about the priorities.
yes.
So on that first column, you see to the left, the numbering,
Mm-hmm.
that is the priorities within the different groups that we're
Oh, that's
utilizing.
good to know.
But they do move around, and so you may have 2 or 3 or 4 priorities that are all getting worked on at the same time.
Okay.
But in terms of our overall priorities, that's how they're listed.
Oh, and
So
you know what, it even says priority on the little left. I did not,
it's okay.
I didn't connect.
No worries.
Oh, PRTY.
PRTY, I thought
Or
it was
PROI.
I confuse that as
Project
party.
I know.
Yeah. So if they are, some of them that we've mentioned that they're budgeted for this year because we haven't necessarily started working on them, but they are budgeted for this year and we'll be working on them during this year, coming up.
So the point I've asked is that so there's a dollar amount under the budget up here.
Yes,
I said, so the design is being budgeted, but not the project itself.
right.
When you look at the status,
Yeah,
that part is being budgeted. So the planning, the design, is that correct?
No, so that number is typically the budgeted number or the number we anticipate for the project, which would include all of that. Not necessarily just the design
Oh,
component.
it's not, so I'm confused still, okay.
Correct. That's not correct that you're
No,
confused, correct?
that's all right, 'cause I am.
Backpedal a little bit there.
okay.
So yeah, that's the idea, right? And a lot of times when we're doing our budgets, we don't have any real design work done, right? We just have a basic concept of what's gonna be happening, so we put that number in our budget. That's what we have as we move forward, and then we refine that ultimately when we get through design and start doing that.
So, I guess I still have the floor for, I've got a couple other questions.
Yes, ma'am, you do.
Okay,
Could I
thank
say
you.
something on that point, though?
Pardon me? Yes.
It seems that it would be helpful to know things that are not budgeted, either budgeted
Yeah.
or not budgeted. And so,
Yeah.
I mean, even if that's, again, another check column of unbudgeted, so that we as a board can see what are the projects that you have in mind, but where you don't have funding.
Yeah, sure, no, we can do that, and part of that is, they may not be specifically budgeted yet, they're part of the CIP program, right, for the future out, but we can start to work internally on them, and staff and labor, the labor department, that's all part of a different component of the engineering budget, so, as the project moves along, it may get to a point where we're stopped for a minute because we're working on right away, or we're doing something else. An engineer can go and start the design survey process for another project that's really supposed to be constructed 3 years from now. But they can start to work on that process, right? Because overall, we're budgeted within for staff time, et cetera, right? So.
So continuing on this, I'm not clear, and I'm not sure the public is clear, if they had a specific question about these projects, how do they engage with us on these projects or with staff? How do we get those questions to come forward, and how are they answered? This is our maiden voyage, I get it, so still kind of, it's a work in progress, but,
So the goal of this activity to put this on an informational-only item list with minimal,
interaction.
honestly, minimal interaction to keep things moving along and is to not necessarily go into each individual project, because if we laid it open to all, we're gonna be here till 5 o'clock, just on this informational item only.
Right.
That's not to say that we wanna gloss over any of it. So we bring,
Yeah, tell us kind of what you're thinking is
Let me
about.
because I think this is a bit of a gray area.
Yeah,
We do not take public comment on GM or director reports because they're non-agendized items.
right,
We do take public comment on agenda, items of business. This is not really an item of, it's kind of in between those two. My inclination, my recommendation would be to take public comment on these and, afford that opportunity for input, questions. And then again, the board is the gatekeeper, hey, Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, you've raised a great point. I make a request that we agendize this for a future meeting and really dig into that. So again, then decide is that type of issue that merits elevating to an item of business at a future meeting, where there's even more discussion and dialogue and background.
And what about adding to that process that, someone can, one of the things I also appreciate about this is that you've got the divisions, in other words, who, what constituencies impacted by which of these projects. So the other thing that came to me in thinking about this is having a person write, email, call their director of their division where the project is being proposed or being done and raise those questions in that way as well. And then we can elevate those questions on their behalf either way. Would that be correct?
That's always
And
available.
the public always has access to that.
That's
Right.
always available.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. The other thing is, and this is a process we're trying to work on as well, is as projects reach a certain stage, they become part of our website. And then there it typically has the project manager's contact information. So when they look at a project on the website, they can see who the person in charge is of that project with the phone number or the extension as well as the email. So then they can contact the project engineer directly to be able to get information on the project or the status of it, et cetera. And so I think the goal that we're trying to do is try to get some of that information out sooner than later, right? The problem is that we may have something that says we're working on this project with a brief description, but it really doesn't have any meat to it yet because we've just gotten started. So, it's when we decide to put that project on the list that makes sense for the public to be able to look at it.
And Doug, in addition to that, I would say, not only would the project manager be accessible to the public, at that point, we are also trying to install the sign up here sort of checkbox on the website, so you can put your email address, and if something changes, if this item gets, put on a board agenda, or there's a special meeting for it, that individual is on our listserv and can be emailed directly and say, hey, an update to this project, you should pay attention in 2 or 3 weeks from now.
Well, that's good.
There's
That's really
there's
good.
a couple different ways beyond just,
Okay.
making sure that you're on at 9 o'clock every other Wednesday at the board meeting of NID to listen and make a comment on something.
Right, that's important. Okay, so what I'm hearing is a work in progress, and we're all trying to do the same thing, which is be able to have public engagement into this in a variety of ways.
But these have been going for a while. You can always contact your director.
Well, yes,
You can
that's
always,
true.
This doesn't change any of that.
the staff lead is always posted when the project turns into sort of, we're ready to engage it. And at that point, we will constantly update this sign up here so that you can get updated anytime this particular item is tickled for coming into a board meeting or a public meeting or something like that.
Director Johansson has a question. He's been raising his hand. You still have the floor, but he has a question on the subject.
Do you want to have, I just have one last question, just
Okay.
a process question.
Go ahead.
So on page 40 of this, this happens to be the hydro department, the generation report, availability report. This may sound nitpicky, but I've asked this a bunch of times. And when we get charts and they don't have totals, it's like, come on, you guys, you gotta have totals.
And my point on that one is, what does it compare to? What's the basis? What?
Yeah, well, that would be good too.
I have no clue what that,
Yeah, but
is
it's like,
that good or bad? Thank you, Doug.
thanks, Doug, again. So, it's just like whenever, for staff, whenever you're gonna give us a table of these various things, please total them, because, otherwise I have to total them, and then I have to bring out my calculator. I mean, it's like, it's so much easier if staff just total them.
Fair enough.
What?
Good exercise.
I get plenty of that kind of exercise. I don't need it for this. And then, then megawatts per hour to kilowatts, it's like, I don't even know what this means standing on its own. It would be nice to have.
Totals are needed.
Yeah, well, totals are needed, but then also in context.
Well, the context is to be an average, monthly kilowatt, or whatever this chart is covering, what period of time this chart is covering.
Yeah, exactly.
I looked at it too, okay, I had no clue it's a dry year, I'm assuming that's low, right?
Yeah, it's like,
I
is
don't
it
know.
low, high, medium, average, I don't know, and I don't know the totals to compare, so it's not real helpful, but again, we're a work in progress, and so it would be great to have totals and context.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, and I'm done.
Thank you, Director Heckrich. Go ahead.
So in the past few weeks, I've had three groups contact me about projects on this list. And, one of them I was able to call Doug. We returned and talked last night. Got a good idea of what to relay to the customer and, a future plan of action. The other group, they brought in quite a few people to say how important the, backbone extension program is, what's the status, where are we going forward. This kind of gives us, more direction. And also, Director Peters wanting to elevate that to a board discussion is excellent. Before Doug left the room, I wanted to give him kudos. Combi 1 is being,
Yeah.
This was a $27 million project. It carries 55% of all NID water to South County and Placer County. They are completing it now, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and it's the first outage of that whole project. I mean, extremely well done.
Yep.
Yeah, I know,
And that
they all did such a good job.
solidifies that whole delivery system going into Placer County.
Do you know if the water's been turned into it?
Well,
It's supposed to be one of these
The
days.
first phase, is that correct? It's
yeah, Combi 1, yeah.
going through the first phase of the project.
Yeah, it's 8,900
And then getting the bypass.
feet
No,
of 8-foot pipe. Tremendous project, way to go. And really solidifies any potential outages and maintenance costs going down the road. It just, takes care of it. So
It's a big project.
your big project, well done.
Yep.
And, needed to be
And
done.
it's totally out of sight, out of mind, is the problem.
Needed to be done.
Yep.
You should go down there, you've been down there, look at it. We got to have a field trip before you were on the board, and
Yeah.
it's pretty, I mean, we could all of us together stand inside one of those pipes. It's pretty incredible. I think we took a picture.
We
Thank
did.
you for that.
Yes, I see that. Thank you. Okay. Director Peters. Oh, yeah, are you finished? Okay, thank you,
That raised,
Rich.
during the conversation, it raised a couple other things I forgot to mention. One of the things I see, I know that the Hemp Hill, draft EIR is coming out April 1st, and I'm hoping we're gonna have a public meeting on it to discuss it and overview it in an upcoming meeting. Is that correct? There's a lot of people.
We have-
I don't have that answer,
We have,
Director Peters.
we haven't got that
Point.
far yet.
I don't know that answer, but, when we do have one, I certainly will guarantee that it will be noticed. I just don't have that answer for you. Maybe we can have that, maybe I can have that by the time,
Including-
General Manager's report.
Okay,
By the time General Manager's report comes around, I can have that answer.
okay, that's fine. And then, on page 27 of the Activities Maintenance Department Activities Report, under treated water, it says meters, new, removed, replaced, repaired. Total number is 17, and then it says program count from April to year end. Does that mean all of last year we only replaced 17 meters? Or fixed or worked on 17 meters?
That is a good substantive question. Is Bob on the line? Bob, do you have that answer at the moment?
There he is.
There he is. Go ahead, Bob, star 9 your phone. Star 6 your phone to unmute yourself. Bob McDonald, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Did you hear the question?
I didn't. Please repeat it.
Go ahead.
If you don't mind, I can repeat it, Director Peters. Page number 27, which is on the Maintenance Department Activities Report. Bob, on the sheet, you've got meters, new, removed, repaired, and replaced. Then a subset includes meter replacement program counts from April to year end, and the number is 17. Does that reflect that there has been 17 meters during that period of time, from April of 2020 to year end 2020?
That's just for the first part of this year. This is just an accumulation of the current April, May, March, April section.
Yeah.
This is just the activities report for what's happened up to the 15th of March. So I don't know exactly how many of those meters were from last year. They shouldn't be. It should just be an activities report of current work performed, which would be 17 meters.
So if I can maybe clarify, then this sentence that states from April to year end, that might have just been a typo or a hangover from last report. It should be from January to the date.
Correct.
2021.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, because I know we bought hundreds of meters.
Yeah, so that's just a typo that.
Okay. And then my next question is on the service lines. Bob, while you're on the line. On the service lines, new, repaired, and replaced, are we talking about private service lines? My understanding is we just stub out to a meter box, and service lines are the customer's responsibility.
No, that's the line from our main to the meter, our side of the meter. That's the poly line that runs from our transmission main or service main to the customer's meter.
Okay.
Anything on the back side of that meter is private.
Great. Thank you, Bob.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Sorry about the confusion on the meters.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, and then I have one final overarching.
Okay.
I'm looking at the balance of work, and our hydro engineer, oh my goodness, he's got 22 projects. It seems like he's got way, way more projects than anybody else. And it's still, this is an ongoing concern of mine, is the dual engineering departments between hydro and engineering. It's my understanding that as irrigation districts, we have a single district engineer that oversees all engineering work. And it goes, I want to just raise my concern that hydro and engineering, I don't understand why the hydro has one person has 22 projects. And I'm concerned about the interaction between how does hydro interact. I know that the district engineer can delegate some of the responsibility, but ultimately they're the ones responsible for the entire work of the district.
I appreciate that. I think that maybe that can be something as we bring forth how we define capital improvement projects, how the whole system runs in terms of developing projects, moving projects through the NID process, and shed a little light on that with the board. I'm not sure, I have an exact answer for you right now, but we can certainly bring that.
I don't want to overburden one engineer. I don't want to drive him off because we coordinate him with everything.
I will
Our whole engineering department.
I will interject that this historic, previously the hydro department was completely separate from, with its own manager, that, and now it's been folded in, so it's a process.
I don't want to, there's an answer for this,
Right.
Director Peters. I guarantee there's an answer, and I appreciate that. We will certainly bring that answer back. How's that?
Yeah.
Director Holtz.
Well, I was just gonna share that Doug had told me that once a project is identified by hydro, it actually moves to a building-based engineer to actually work the project. So it might be a little bit of a misnomer that hydro engineer has complete responsibility, because I do think there is more of a sharing of resources than is necessarily reflective on that page.
Right. And it should be, it should reflect it.
Okay, I'd say this is something that I think the board needs some insight into, and needs some education on how the process works here internally. It might not be the same as you're used to at a different agency or some other members of the public, but this is how we do it, and I think I'd like to bring this back to the board at some point here shortly and explain to you our efficiencies, how we've defined, maybe there's ways to improve, absolutely. Cool.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And then, Mr. President, I have one other question about the centennial piece of this.
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't, Doug, if you're still around, but, on the centennial, water supply update
He can hear you.
report. Oh, good, you can hear me, hi. So I have a question and again, sort of overarching concern, and that is, when we look at the budgetary impacts here, there's an asterisk that says staff and legal costs are not included in totals, as they are accounted for elsewhere in the budget. And so my first question is that true only for the year, only for 2021, or is that true for all of these years that are reflected from 2014 forward, that there's no staff or legal costs accounted for?
Let's see, so for the previous ones, that also, sorry, if I didn't take this off. I'm gonna have to go back and double check that, Director Heck. I get that information on the previous year one totals, and I don't remember off the top of my head if they include the labor costs into that total number. It is normally separated out, and so for 2020 and 2021, those were separate. The labor costs were not included in that. We included in the table, so you can see staff time spent on it, but it's not total to the amount that we've utilized in the overall budget in that first table. So that's why it's asterisk, and so if you ever, this particular one, there's no information, there's zero in the labor and legal, so it wouldn't show up. So in the previous ones, you wouldn't have been able to add up all those columns, and at the bottom, it would have been minus the labor and legal.
Yeah, so I guess my concern, when I first came here, my goodness, 2.5 years ago, there was this process where legal and consulting, and there was one other item, and they were all lumped together.
Yes.
And so it's like, they weren't accounted for by project, and this isn't anybody's fault, this is just how it was. And so I've lobbied really hard to get those separated out so we could understand, just like in the next discussion that we're going to have about South Sutter, and I said, hey, we want to know what the legal costs are so we can include those in our cost of the transaction, right? And so, it's a real cost, and we pay it, and it needs to be properly assigned to a specific project. And so my concern is, in this example, is that is saying that we have no legal fees, because I know there was a lot of legal fees.
Not this year. This is for this.
No, I know not this year.
Correct.
But I'm looking at the historical.
Yeah, so when obviously that table can get very large if you want to break down all those different costs for all the previous years, which we can do that.
Staff and legal aren't included. I presume, everything else is included.
Yeah. Staff and legal, so I didn't quite follow the question.
Okay.
So when we normally have costs associated.
Okay, thank you. I'll start. I'm looking at page 2
the
of the
staff
staff report,
That's in the,
and it looks like this.
You got one, I can go get mine, but.
Yeah, and it's, thank you, Chris.
Okay.
And I don't need to take up a whole lot of time.
Sure.
It's just that, we must account for legal fees for a project.
So So we would have that in for that particular year in that first table, whatever year we're working on. This is now 2021. So previous, in December, you would have seen the legal costs associated with the last quarter and then the overall for the year. So those would have been identified in this
So
table.
you're saying, so then if you go to the bottom of that page under 2020, there's $585,830.
That's the one I need to confirm the information from financing if they have included the labor.
And the same as 2019. if
Right,
the are in there.
right, because when you projects in general, right, we have our labor time in a different pot.
Right.
But when we're done and reconcile the project, then they take that and put it into, and when they do the depreciation and the overall cost of the project, they include the labor, et cetera, but it didn't actually come out of the budget while we were doing that work, because it's budgeted already, under staff.
Right, and so I just want to make sure.
So I can confirm that.
For all of these projects going forward, and I know that Dustin's firm, you must bid, when you bill, you assign to a project number, right?
We have a
They do.
centennial account, yes.
Well, but not only Centennial, I mean, whatever we're talking about.
Correct.
And so I just want to make sure that we always include legal in the project costs, because those are real costs.
Yeah, so I can confirm that for the previous years.
Mm-hmm.
for the year in question, we always have those totals there, and those are the real totals that have been charged, et cetera. I can confirm that and get that information back.
Well, it stood out because it said staff and legal aren't included, and I thought, oh boy, was that also true of all the prior years? And, you know, and I'm always the person that asks, does that include legal costs? And then it's like, oh, no, we didn't, no, that's accounted for someplace else. It's like, no, that's not cool.
Yeah.
That's accounted for the project.
The idea for that one in that particular spot was just that we don't include it in the total on that table.
So you answered the question, thank you. It would be, I just want to make sure going forward that we always.
We'll clear that up. I'll make that clear up the next one.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Director Johansson.
Yeah, so for 2021, we have expenses of about 11,000,
Correct.
okay? And
So
then we have
far, yeah.
So far, revenues of 61, so just by owning that property, we've netted around 50,500.
Correct, and that's just for the properties within the project.
But I guess I didn't see where the rest of the expenses are itemized.
So up above that, is the different, blocks that we look at, consulting,
Right.
Property acquisition, water rights, et cetera. So we've spent nothing this year to date except, a water rights fee, and really, I think that was an adjustment from finance because we pay water rights, I think, in December, but their fiscal year and our years are different, so I think they made an adjustment for half of it to go into, and Marvin would probably better explain that, but half of it to go into this year versus last year, from the previous year, right? So there's a little discrepancy.
So it's itemized down to $1,723.
Yeah.
But the total is $10,984.
So those are two different expense categories. One
Property.
One is the labor and costs associated with those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories above.
Right. Okay.
And then the second column, is only the property.
Correct. And that was requested a while back, that people wanted to see that separately versus having it all. We originally had it all together as one.
Breakout.
And so this one broke out specifically with regards to our property management and the rentals associated with it.
And maintenance and repairs. And
Exactly, that's what the expenses are, right? Whether that's expenses to our property manager, whether that's repair of a roof, whether that's replacement of a water heater, et cetera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep.
So we're still netting 49,000.
Yes, total, you'd add up the 10,984 plus 1,723.
And that's what that bottom number on the last, one tries to show, that over budget at 98.
Whatever that is.
For this particular year, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Budget.
Which is nothing for this particular year.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Again, great job on Combi 1.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, that should, outage is over tomorrow afternoon, so.
So we can go down there and watch the water run out the new pipe?
You can
Let's hope it runs out the end of the new pipe. Otherwise, we got a problem.
I said watch, I'm assuming it will, right? No, I think it's,
Shouldn't it go into the siphon?
We're hoping.
right.
How did the first half of it perform? You know, we flooded up the first half this year.
Yeah.
How did that perform?
Overall, performed very well. Actually, we had some issues with the tree falling on the structure.
Right.
And it survived that just fine, whereas it most likely would have had an impact to the old flume wall. So that part of it's been great. There has been some cracking in spots, which we know all concrete's gonna crack. And, autogeneous healing, we've seen that in quite a bit of the pipe, but there's a few sections, where it hasn't quite sealed up. And so the Forterra, which is the pipe manufacturer, will be back, and fixing those, probably epoxy injecting those. And then the second half, we'll watch that through this whole year, and then whatever ones that we see cracking, and they're not like leaks shooting up and out of the ground, right? But you can see where water's weeping out of the side where the cracks are. And then we'll watch that, and then they'll come back during the maintenance period at the end of next year, or the April of next year, and fix those, any of them that didn't heal on their own. A lot of them healed up relatively quickly. When we put the pipe under pressure, this first half that we've installed last year, we put under pressure.
Gravity.
So the pipe itself is running at the gravity system. So when we built the first half, the intent was for the contractor to use the first half because it is reinforced concrete pressure pipe. It's meant to handle pressure up to, I think it's 50 PSI, give or take, to use that as part of the bypass, so they don't have to run
2 miles of bypass pipe. So they took the first half bypass, slid it down, tied into the concrete pipe, and used that as part of our bypass. That was installed from last year. And so that pipe has been under pressure since October.
But under pressure, I thought it was under gravity. It's
So-
actually flowing full, is that what you're telling me, it's flowing full?
It was during this bypass mode.
So it
So
was,
once the system, now that we turn it back on tomorrow, the system will be an open channel flow, and it will continue to operate that for years and years until we ever decide to connect it back to the dam. But as part of the bypass requirements, you have to pressurize that using the head from the dam in order to get water through the 36-inch pipe. We also utilized that section that was already there, so they didn't have to bring in, another 4,500 feet of 36-inch pipe.
so we're off agenda, but this is important.
That's part of engineering.
It is. No, I asked the same question. Why is it called pressure pipe if it's just a gravity flow canal? And he said it's designed for both.
And does it operate as well under gravity as it doesn't, I mean, is there any,
Yes.
now it's not gonna be flowing full all the time, and so temperature differentials and things like that?
No, that's not gonna be an issue, and but it's flowing not full through this whole last summer.
I thought they said it was under pressure all the time.
No,
Just this
just
winter.
during the construction.
During our bypass mode from October through now, when we had to bypass the canal in order to build the structure. So that's when it was under that mode. Yep.
Thank you, Doug.
Yep.
Fascinating stuff. Okay, any more comments about the informational updates from the board? If not, we'll take public comment. I see Sid Brown, you have your hand up for a long time on a comment on the informational updates. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. This is regarding this issue, but it's also a broader issue that I believe I brought before the board in the past, and that's under the new formatting for your board meetings with agendas and then agenda items listed below. As a member of the public, it becomes very difficult to find the information that is backing the agenda. In the past, your agenda had a hot link to the item itself. That is no longer the case. And I had to spend a fair amount of time going through all different searches on the website in order to actually find the list of agenda items that had background information. So if it's impossible, and I don't think it is, to hot link the items, the agenda items on the agenda itself as when it's posted, at the very least, when you list them, could you have some sort of title so it's informative about what the item is?
I agree with that, Sid. I had the same problem yesterday.
Well, I don't, because I depend on paper alone.
Right, so when you don't have paper, it's very
Right.
awkward.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's how they used to do it that way.
So we can come back to this and address this to the board and give you more of an informed update of what Ms. Brown's question is. Part of it has to do with the new layout and format of our website. We completely changed platforms.
Understood.
So although I appreciate the fact that, yes, it was a lot easier to just hot link certain things. There's a technical piece here, and we'll take a look at it, and I'll bring that back and inform the board as to what the actual technical consideration is for that, and see if we have a workaround, and what that means.
Yeah, because you can't tell what the item is relating to. It just says, item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you go, oh, great. Now I have to drill into each one of these and see what the item is looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Go ahead.
And another item that ties into that is we've lost our indexing on the video. So you don't know where the items start and where it's all just one multi-hour.
So we may want to bring sort of an update to our new website and a
Yes, we got
tech help guide for our new website and how that operates now, because it is different. I guarantee you.
Okay.
It's a lot better, but it's different for sure.
Sid, did you want to comment some more?
Well, I did just want to, again, emphasize that the listing of the items, should at least go with the agenda. So you could multiple places on the website, it says, current meeting, board agenda, and then there's just the agenda, and there isn't the collection of material below it. So the only place you're able to find it is the whole list of all the agendas for the entire year. And that is just very not user-friendly and puts a barrier to being informed. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Your comments are duly noted. Okay, anybody else like to comment on the informational items this morning? Star 9, your phone. Ashley Overhouse.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Good morning. This is Ashley Overhouse. I'm the policy manager with Circle. I wanted to thank the board for attempting this new format. I thought that while it was hard to find, but I did find the PowerPoint presentation with all the departmental updates, and I thought it was very helpful. I really enjoyed it. And I also appreciated the call out of the specific Centennial Quarterly Update report. I really appreciated that being included in today's board meeting. And so I wanted to thank you for that, and staff, and the time that it took to prepare that. And I also wanted to support Dustin's recommendation, please, that you take public comment on these items. I think that that's just really important to keep that public engagement. And of course, I respect that you're the gatekeepers of that, and whether it's formally agendized or not, but it would just help with keeping that kind of public engagement, especially on the quarterly centennial reports and specific priority projects that are important to the district. Since you have quite a bit, and it's clear that these departmental updates are important. So I want to make sure that, when it is appropriate, that the public can comment. I know it takes quite a bit of time, but I appreciate your time and the energy it takes to prepare for this new format. So thank you. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you, Ashley. Diana, could you state your last name, please?
Yes, this is Diana Suarez from Colfax. I would like to offer congratulations to the new board members and a thank you to the existing board members for your service. I wanted to comment on the Centennial information item. I would like to draw to the board's attention that there are social costs beyond the money on this project. There's homeowners in the canyon still wondering if they should replace their roofs.
Uh-oh. Just lost you.
Diana, you still there? We lost you. Lost you in cyberland.
I would like to point out that property management is not in line with NID's mission. And this endeavor that is a money-making thing for NID should best rest with private entities. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your efforts to be open and transparent and engaging with the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Anybody else like to comment on the informational items this morning? Star 9, your phone. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much to the staff for efforts on our new format. We're off to a good start.
Yes, thank you.
All right, next item is Centennial Water Supply Project Update.
No.
No, we did
that. That was information.
That was information. Oh. Okay. So then next is consent agenda. We have a motion for the consent agenda.
Mr. President, I'd like to pull the minutes of the meeting on March 10th. I just have one addition that was left out here, so just wanted to add it in.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would move to approve the consent agenda item 1, the minutes of March 4th.
I'll second.
Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Yes, you can confirm who my second is?
Second,
Director Hall.
Director Johansson. What?
He has Director Holt.
Oh,
I heard Director Hall.
who did it?
Thank you.
She got it.
I think Director Hall.
That's on my hearing aid side, right? Okay.
All right. Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye. Okay, March 10th minutes. You
Thank
wanted
you.
to comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. So just the one comment in addition that I'd like to have in the official minutes is that when there's the discussion on the ag water management plan, and it said no action was taken, a second workshop will be held. The other action that actually was taken was, and please let the minutes reflect, that the board did request an evening meeting to accommodate the agricultural community and other working customers who could not attend. And that came directly from Ms. Barheit's comment, and then I believe I said, yes, let's do that, and everybody agreed. So there was actually a consensus or request from the board to make certain that we had that evening meeting. So it's important that when someone asks for something and we are able to do that, that they would like to be recognized. Thank you.
Duly noted.
Shall I bring these back to the next meeting and I'll, update it, or shall we update them with this amendment?
I think I can approve it with that amendment as long as you know, you'll get that in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I would move approval for those minutes of March 10th as amended.
Second.
Now we have dual, do you want to fight over this, or?
Okay.
Okay, Director Peters seconded. Madam Secretary, do you call the roll, please?
Yes. Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye. Okay,
You want to take a break?
yes, I was just going to propose that, and we'll take a
Thank you.
5-minute break before diving into the next item.
Thank you.
Okay, meeting will come back to order. Board of Directors, NID Board of Directors meeting, March 24th. Next item is general orders. We'll be launching into the Agricultural Water Management Plan. And I believe that is, who's going to start? Doug is going to start. Thank you again, Doug, for being here.
Yep, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. So good morning, board, members of the public. We're here this morning to conduct a public hearing related to the 2020 Ag Water Management Plan. As you know, this plan is required by California Water Code, and the district must prepare a plan every 5 years and submit that to DWR. The idea of the Ag Water Management Plan is it addresses the district's water system and includes a description of its service, our service area, our water uses, our water resources, and a comparison of water supply and demand during the planning cycle, which is from 2016 to 2020. Also described are the district's water supply reliabilities, water use efficiency information, as well as the drought plan. So we have a public draft. Ag Water Management Plan was released to the public on March 3rd. You guys are all aware of that. We had 2 board workshops, one held on the 10th in the morning, one held on the 18th in the evening. That would allow the public as well as the board to provide comment with regards to the Ag Water Management Plan. As we previously discussed, and you'll see in your packet, the written comments received by March 16th were included in the packet as an Appendix A of the draft document. Along there's also the verbal comments that we received at the March 10th meeting. Those are the ones we received by phone as part of that workshop. Since the 16th, we have received comments from 3 additional folks, and I believe you have a copy of those that we gave you today, as well as we included the verbal comments from the evening meeting on the 18th. It's a summary of those as well. And all those will be included in part of the final document that ultimately gets submitted to DWR whenever that may be the case. So the public hearing was noticed per section 6066 of the government code, which requires 2 consecutive weeks of noticing. We had notices for this public hearing in the Union, the Auburn Journal, as well as the Lincoln Messenger. We had those in consecutive weeks promoting today's hearing. So with that, what I'll do is I'll hand it over to Jim, and he'll give a presentation. We'll talk a little about the comments that we've received and how that impacts the document, and then we'd request that the board president open up the public hearing, which allows the public then to comment on the document. So with that, I'll hand it off to Jim.
Mr. Crowley, good morning.
Good morning, President. Good morning, members of the board and the public. I think Chris is going to be running the presentation for us today. Next slide, please, Chris. My name is Jim Crowley with Sanhero, the consulting firm working on the Agricultural Water Management Plan. I think Doug went over this agenda already. I'll give an overview of the plan, talk about the comments, and then open the public hearing. Next slide, please. So the Ag Water Management Plan is defined in the Water Code statutes. In summary, it is to include these elements: description of the preparation and adoption of the plan, a description of the service area, description of the water uses and supply over the planning period, as Doug mentioned, 2016 to 2020. A new element this time around is getting into the water budget, balancing the water with the reported usage. It is to, then there is a section on climate change where the agency is to discuss potential impacts from climate change, talk about your ag water use efficiency and conservation program, and then provide supporting documentation. So these are the main elements of the plan. Next slide, please. So the plan preparation, it was noticed to cities and counties in the service area plus other entities, and was also put in NID's general public news releases. As Doug mentioned, there were board workshops on the 10th and the 18th, and then we're having the public hearing today. Out of the 10th workshop, comments were received, and as noted below, edits were made to the document. There were additional edits made that Greg Jones will talk about, and we'll show those as well. Today is the public hearing for the plan, and then the board can decide to adopt or to ask for updates. The statute requirement is it has to be adopted by April 1st and then submit it to the Department of Water Resources within 30 days of adoption. That being said, most of the urban water management plan of the submittal process is filling out specific tables that DWR is supposed to create, and then the entities put their information into those tables. I haven't checked this morning, but as of most recently, DWR had not created those tables and made them available for the submittal process yet. So that's still up in the air. Next slide, please. Description of the service area, 287,000 acres, a reported 32,000 acres of irrigated agriculture. The system has a total storage capacity of about 280,000 acre feet, approximately a little bit less than 500 miles of conveyance infrastructure. The ag deliveries are all mostly measured with the orifice box based on the miner's inch. All customers are charged on a volumetric rate basis. And then we have a enhanced drought plan requirement for the ag plan, but we also have a even more enhanced water shortage contingency plan requirement for the urban water management plan, which is which will come in after this ag plan. So the drought plan section of the ag plan is made to mirror the water shortage contingency plan requirements in the urban water management plan as much as possible, so that the district can apply the same water shortage contingency plan across all of its customer bases. Next slide, please. A little bit more detail on that drought plan. It discusses NID's plans for understanding vulnerability and future resiliency planning. It lists a prescriptive method for NID to undertake on an annual basis to project whether the coming year is, if there's enough supply to meet the projected demands of the coming year. It lists 6 water shortage stages and the responses to those stages. The 6 stages are defined in the new statutes. Each stage lists the forecast supply triggers and reduction goals. It lists measures for the district, the treated water, and the ag water customers to undertake in each stage. And then it lists how those measures are enforced. And then it also talks about the potential financial impacts by going into shortage stages with respect to a reduction in revenue and an increase in costs for specific measures. Next slide, please. So now we are talking about the water usage over the planning period, 2016 through 2020. The statute provides these categories: agricultural water, environmental, recreation, municipal, groundwater recharge, and then canal water loss. So these values are what's reported in NID's historic data, noting that the agricultural number is the value that's ordered by the customer, not because the flow through the orifice box is based on the ordered amount. We'll get back to this balance in a bit. Next slide, please. This is a description of the supplies. NID basically has three main supplies: the watershed runoff, of which you have approximately 450,000 acre feet per year in water rights. You do have a contract with PG&E that you can purchase from as available. And then also have carryover storage rights in the reservoirs. There is no groundwater source used by NID, but recycled water is used out of the treatment plants when they discharge their treated effluent in the creeks and streams. It then mingles with the water in the streams that is diverted into NID canals. There was a question previously about totaling these numbers. Totaling of these numbers is not an accurate description of the supply, as NID's water rights have time restraints on them, months of the year and things like that. And these are being reported on this table is an annual number. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the water budget that's prescribed in the statutes. For the inflow, it lists the effective precipitation, the surface water deliveries, and the groundwater deliveries. For the outflow, it lists the evapotranspiration. That's what the plants actually use. It lists the surface outflow from the system, the canal loss, and then because we have municipal raw water deliveries and treated water system deliveries, we add them in here. The balance, the total of the inflow versus the total of the outflow, as you can see, for each year, they're not equal to each other. And this is a effect of many of these parameters need to be estimated for the balance. For instance, the effective precipitation is that precipitation that can actually be used by the plant. So that has to be estimated due to the fact that we don't have rain gauges at every customer's turnout. Another large parameter for this is the evapotranspiration. That also has to be estimated based on crop factors that are supplied by various entities. The state produces crop factors and through their various departments as well as universities. But because NID has such a wide varying microclimate area, soil types, weather types, estimating that evapotranspiration has a big factor on whether this balance is close or not. So the point or the conclusion from the water budget and the ag plan in general is that as water management becomes more and more refined, it is clear that more and more data is required to be collected and managed and maintained. So the next slide, please, talks about the water management objectives that are coming out of this analysis of the past data. And a lot of them center upon NID's need to refine the data that goes into these estimates for the water budget and for other elements. So we're recommending here continuing and enhancing the customer ag crop report and how they use that water, enhancing the measurement of the water where feasible, obviously continuing to perform long-range planning for supplies and demands to meet the challenges of climate change and other future factors. Talking about this, NID service area covers a very large area, but not everyone who lives in the area is a customer. Many are on private groundwater wells. Continuing to understand what happens to fractured rock groundwater wells during various climate change scenarios, and then also during various infrastructure change scenarios. For instance, the discussion earlier about the new pipeline versus a canal. Then continuing the watershed management efforts. There's a lot of information and energy around using watershed management as a way to enhance or mitigate the negative effects of climate change with respect to water storage, snow storage, canopy storage, and then also catastrophic fire defense. Continuing the water efficiency program and enhance those efforts where feasible, and then pursue increased communication and partnership with counties to understand that private groundwater use element. So these are the recommended water management objectives to focus on in the future. Next slide, please. So the plan requires a discussion of using current climate change modeling information or just climate change information, and consider how that may affect the district's future raw water system. So there's plenty of information out there that has all mostly pointed towards the expected climate change impacts are to shift the runoff season earlier in the year and possibly even have more rain during the winter. And of course, this impacts NID's system as it is designed and was back in the day to rely on snowmelt based runoff that can be stored and then slowly metered out during the irrigation season into October. Climate change could also impact agriculture. Either way, you know, either it could reduce the amount of irrigated crops due to lack of water, or it could change the type of, or due to the impacts of droughts, or it could change the type of crops that are planted, or it could also perhaps even shift agriculture from other parts in the state that are more affected by loss of water during droughts into the foothills. Climate change has also been discussed about negatively affecting the watershed and increased catastrophic fires. So NID should continue to investigate those efforts. And then also climate change can have a statewide effect, as in 2015, there was a mandate to reduce demand by 35%. So even if an agency has the supplies available to them, state mandates or executive orders may preclude them from using those. And then the last one here, better understanding how climate change could impact private groundwater users. Are they still going to be able to get their wells in the fractured rock conditions that they rely on for those wells? Will they still be recharged by the normal precipitation? So that's an impact to consider in the future. Next slide, please. The Ag Water Use Efficiency Program, there are 2 measures in the statutes that have to be that have to be implemented. They are water measurement and volumetric pricing structure. NID is currently doing those. And then NID will continue to implement the 11 conditional measures. And as we talked about in the public workshops, pending available budget is continued to be provided to those. The one measurement that NID is not implementing, and that's NID financing of on-farm capital improvements. It's deemed not cost effective. Next slide, please. Okay, and then we finish up with the supporting documentation. There's additional appendices that list the descriptions of the water measurement and data collection descriptions. There's the public comments that have been resolved, and once adopted, the adoption resolution needs to be inserted into the plan for submittal. It also includes NID's rules, regulations, and policies, and a planning checklist developed by DWR to help them review the submittal. So that is the Agricultural Water Management Plan in a nutshell. Next slide, please, Chris. So I think, Greg, you want to have a couple of words.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So I'll just give you, the board and the public, a quick overview of the comments that have been received. Sort of an overview of what to expect today and what you'll expect from staff. A brief overview of some of those comments that we've received, and some of the adjustments that we anticipate putting into the plan. So just going to take a couple minutes to talk to you about that. Then I think we'll go through some of these recommendations that we did agree with within the comments that we would like to be adjusted, and we'll go through those on a few slides in terms of a red line overview. And then, Doug will, then we'll open it back up then we'll open officially the public hearing. So, since the release of the draft Ag Water Management Plan on March 3rd, we have received written comments from individuals and organizations, as noted by Doug and Jim in the slides. All comments received by the close of business March 16th, the deadline for the board packet submission, are included in your meeting packet today. An additional 3 commenters commented since the 16th, and these comments are printed out for you and they're updated for you on your table there, and they will be included with all the requests, all the comments by the time we're done with the plan. In setting your expectations for today, I wanted to inform you that staff does not anticipate reading through and responding to each of and every public comment received. If the board has specific questions to a particular comment received in your packet, we're ready and willing to answer and discuss. However, if the pleasure of the board is to go through every individual comment, by the end of today, we would recommend, for the sake of time and efficiency, that we come back and provide written responses to each of those comments to be brought back at a future board meeting date for efficiency and timing. We must note, though, however, if we do that, this may delay the submittal of the Ag Water Management Plan should the board wish to consider responses prior to the plan adoption. So that's a general overview, and we can come back and I can answer questions if you'd like. Of the comments that we have received, many submitted general comments were related to a number of themes or concepts which are not, in staff's eyes, pertinent to the development or to the statutory requirements, the purpose or the intent of the Agricultural Water Management Plan, or whose answers are already contained in the document itself. A brief overview of these comments include over 75% of the commenters in total were specific to unrelated district activities, such as the Centennial Reservoir, rate setting, or property tax increases. These comments are misplaced and perhaps are reactions to a recent social media posting alleging false misrepresentations of the purpose of the plan. Staff believes these assertions at this time are not relevant to the board's adoption of the plan, and therefore we do not anticipate addressing them. Of the remainder commenters, many comments received expressed that the plan did not produce good or relevant. Many commenters did not express that the plan itself did not produce good or relevant water delivery data from the last few years, based on NID's use of the miner's inch system. In the plan, it is discussed that NID implement future feasible options to increase measurement accuracy. Staff believes that section 5.3, number 2 on page 46 addresses these comments. Some additional comments and commenters themed around how the hydrologic modeling of the planning projections were designed. The Ag Water Management Plan utilizes these planning projections, which were derived and filed by this board in 2020, and summarize them for the climate change section of the Ag Water Management Plan. It is not the purpose nor the intent of this plan to validate the hydraulic modeling assumptions and projections as previously discussed with this board. Staff believes that the Urban Water Management Plan and the Plan for Water Process, which will be coming, is a more suitable venue for these discussions. Another theme pertained to the limited public review period for the commenting on the Ag Water Management Plan. NID released the Ag Water Management Plan on March the 3rd, providing the public with 3 weeks for review, inclusive of 2 voluntary board workshops. Staff believes due to the timing of the state's regulatory requirements around April 1, there was limited room for adjustment to this timeline, and we worked as fast as we could to get this information out to the public in advance of that April 1st timeline. Finally, there was a general theme that this plan should be used as a key planning document for the district's planning activities. It should be noted that NID has not intended to use this statutory mandated ag water management plan as a long-range management planning tool. Rather, NID has typically utilized the raw water master plan and now the plan for water process as its long-term strategic planning tool. That said, there are a number of elements within the ag water management plan which can be used as an ongoing reference and guideline when building annual budgets and priority projects for the district. Specifically, section 5.3 again, water management objectives, page 45, defines some of these actions. We do note, however, that there are a number of comments which were indeed relevant to the adjustment of the plan, which staff recommends updating and incorporating in the document. Number one is further explanation of the difference in watershed runoff, specifically average historical versus projected watershed runoff. Staff has suggested additional language to the plan to help explain this difference, and we'll go over that here in a minute on a slide. There was also interest in understanding the water budget calculations. Staff recommends adding a new appendix to the plan showing the data with which the budget calculations were derived. And finally, there were a handful of spelling and grammatical errors, which staff is prepared to change in the plan. So at this point, I'd like to ask Jim to bring back up those slides that reflect the changes that we recommend in the plan and the additions that we recommend in the plan. And then after that, I would recommend we open this up for questions and the public hearing process, Mr. President.
Thank you, Greg.
So Jim, do you want to run through these?
I will do that. Thank you, Greg. Can you guys see the slide titled Track Change of Edits to Agricultural Water Management Plan?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to, in the last week's board meeting, there was a question that to show the actual changes that were made in a track changes format. So what we have here are screenshots from the document in track changes to show where the changes were made. Whoops, sorry about that. Okay, so as Greg mentioned, we're adding an Appendix H that will have the water budget calculations spreadsheets in there. There was a typo on this acronym and abbreviation, so we've changed that. There were two questions on table 212 and table 213, clarifying that the water rate basis is based on water on the ordered amount. So we've made that change in table 212, and then in table 213 made that change as well. The next change is an auto correction. So we change that to analyze. Page 25, auto correction, put the wrong word in there. We've changed that. And then it appears again on page 26. We've changed that. Hold on here, I gotta get this out of the way. Corrected Spenceville spelling, wasn't Spencerville, but Spenceville, so that's been changed. Rewrote this sentence with some editing to make it to reflect the meaning of it. That's on page 35. Page 45, made that edit, added the S to lists.
Jim, there's a question here. Can you go back to the previous slide? Director Peters.
You made a change, but by the time I found where there was a track change, I can't see from across the room. Can you read the sentence that was changed, please?
It's a water budget.
Yes.
Second, the bottom row.
Oh, there's one little tiny A,
Bottom right.
the blue A down here at the bottom.
And a limit.
And limit.
With increased focus on managing to a water budget limit. We added limit. That's what the change was.
I couldn't, yeah, thank you.
Is your screen not working?
No, they're just little tiny, they're,
Little tiny.
you could, there was no red line, it's just an
It's a
addition,
light.
Could
yeah.
be,
And that's-
There's really only,
And also just for the benefit of the public, you know, you say you made a change, and just to read basically what the change was, that would be helpful.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you.
This is a good one. Okay, there was an incorrect abbreviation of the drier extreme warming scenario. So that was changed from DEM to DEW, and in the footnote at the top of the slide. We changed or added more description of the drought scenario that was modeled. So we say a 5-year historic drought, and then we add when that period was, 1987 to 1991. And then there were questions about the average runoff that are reported here in the hydraulic modeling versus the average runoff that was reported up in section 4.1. So we've added the description as follows. The average year runoff projected in the hydraulic model includes additional subbasins that are not included in the upper division data set that lists an average historical runoff of 232,600 acre feet per year in section 4.1.1. And then we added the drought, the 5-year drought period that was included in the table 6.2 data, which is from the previous hydraulic and supply TMs that Greg was talking about earlier. Are there any questions on the difference between those two averages reported?
I have a question. On the table 6.2, we utilized the 1987 through 91 time period. And I thought that the guidance, and I know it was just guidance, but it was supposed to be the 5-year period that included one of our worst droughts. And I know that my understanding was that the 2011 through 2016 or 2013 to 16, that was the worst drought we had. Did we not use that period because we don't have the data, or why did, and what was the worst year that this was, or did we use the worst year? Did this include one of our worst years? Or why did we pick this time period? I guess that's
a good question.
So, good question. I'll try to answer that one. Essentially, the drought, the most recent drought, 2013-ish through 2016, was not our worst 5-year period in record. It may have been for other parts of the state, certainly was.
It was.
But not for NID or our watershed. And we used this time period because it was, when you put the 5 years back to back to back, this was our worst.
okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
Can I also clarify, is table 6.2, those numbers are for the entire watershed, correct? Not just the sub-watersheds that aren't included in the others?
Correct. That's correct.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Jim?
Yeah.
Wrong way.
I do have a question. When, in your presentation, when you talk about NID will continue to implement 11 conditional measures pending available budget, I'm having a hard time tracking the 11 measures that you referenced here with, what I see is, 8 measures on page 46. Anyway, if you could show me or tell me or us where these 11 conditional measures are listed in the actual plan, please.
So,
Go ahead, Jim.
I'm gonna stop sharing this screen and switch to the plan if that's okay.
It's your show.
That's okay. Go ahead.
All right, hold on here, bear with me. While I get it up on the screen.
Mr. President, I have, quite a few questions that come from the actual plan.
Okay.
When is the proper time for us as a board to ask those questions? I'm assuming others may have.
I think we're going to do that before the public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to my question, where is the,
While Jim's looking that up, it starts on page 50.
on page 50?
Yeah, and the table,
That's what I
the
thought.
table itself is 53, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Okay, so do you guys see on the screen the beginning of chapter 7?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the conditional required, conditionally
Oh, there they are.
measures start at this section 7.1.2. So these are numbered 1 through 14. There are some of these that don't apply to NID. For instance, number 10 is not applicable. And number 8, conjunctive use, is not applicable.
Right.
So, and then when you go to table 7.1 down here, these numbers correspond to the previous text.
Okay.
Oh, the same lines. Yes.
So, but you say 11, and this has 14 minus 2 is 12. So we're missing one.
Well, 3's not in there.
Yeah,
You're missing 3.
Missing number 3.
3's not in there,
okay.
8's not in there, and 10's not in there.
Okay.
3 was the farm
3
finance
was on farm,
option, right, which we talked about not having that.
Yeah, okay. It's just funny to go 1, 2.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it would have been like not applicable, NA or something. It was a challenge for me to figure out what was what.
Okay.
And also financing on-farm irrigation systems can go through NRCS, EQIP.
Right, there's lots of other sources.
Is that all?
Well, that's all at this moment.
This moment, yeah.
Yeah, I have other questions.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to comment on the changes?
I think we should finish the track changes.
Pardon me?
We should finish the track
I
changes.
thought we did.
Well, was that done?
Are we done with the track changes, Jim?
There's one more.
One more.
Okay.
More. Didn't have the units on this.
Oh, yes.
A total of 7,551 acre feet of water supply. So we added the units.
Yep. Okay. Any more questions on the track changes? Okay. Oh, go ahead,
I think
Dustin.
this is obvious, but Jim, just to confirm, these track changes are not in the document that's in the board packet, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, these were the recommended changes that staff would say make to the document as presented in the board packet.
So do we need to approve those changes? What do we need to do
I don't
about
know if we're there
that?
yet.
Pardon me?
I don't think we're there yet.
Not
Not
sure.
I think for the extent proposed by staff.
By us. These, well, no, the comments proposed these, and the staff said, okay, these need to be changed, yeah.
These were the extent of
Yeah,
the changes.
I made the same list Greg did, came up with the same conclusion on those comments. I think we paralleled exactly, and I think that was good. Okay. So at this point, we'll take,
have, board questions about the ongoing discussion about the plan itself.
Director Bittberger, maybe Dustin can chime in terms of the timing of it, whether we get comments from the board first and then open up the public hearing, or if we do the public hearing first. I don't know if there's a specific.
Ultimately, it's board prerogative here, but I think it would be better to conduct a public hearing now.
Okay.
Because there's an enhanced formality to a public hearing as compared to a normal agenda item.
Okay.
A public hearing should be a one-way vote of conversation, right? From the public to the board. You're free to take notes, jot down questions, that's a great point. But don't engage during the public hearing. After the close of the public hearing, that is the time when it would come back to the board to say, you know, this person asked this question, that's a great question, I'd like to have staff respond to that. So, does that make sense?
Makes great sense.
Okay.
All right. So that, then, we'll open the public hearing, okay? So the public hearing is now open for discussion on the Headwater Management Plan as presented this morning. Maybe the public, if you heard what our council just said, that we will not engage in dialogue, but we will take those questions and then consider them after the public hearing. But we want to give you this chance now to comment on the plan itself as with proposed changes. Mr. Litton, I see you have your hand up. Star 6, there you go.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. And thank you all very much for engaging in this dialogue, and certainly thank you. I just want to make one quick statement, then ask a quick question. I guess my statement is just to kind of follow up on the points that Jim Crowley made in the previous meeting on the 18th, which is that in a very serious way, NID is set at a disadvantage in its infrastructure system, in that it really doesn't have a way to monitor effectively how much water is being used. As he mentioned, there are only 2 stations where surface outflow is being measured, and so there's no way to really know how much is being used within the system, and then also too, there's no way to measure how much farmers are using. And so within the document, they're saying it's saying that on these pasture lands that each person is using more than 40 inches of water on these 19,700 acres of pasture, but without the ability to measure that, it just seems like bad data. And so my point is simply that you can't make a good report with bad data. And so, for that reason, I would urge the board to put in a contingency, or just, or a contingent that, that more effective, accurate monitoring practices need to be put in place before adoption, before these numbers are used for other reports, because there are ways that can be done using good science, because these surveys just are not good science in any way, shape, or form. And then that will empower the district to be able to make better management policies and practices in the future. And my question, as was noted, a few minutes ago, that there was an accusation on social media of of illegal actions by NID. Really, it was a question, and it's a question that I still have. I did post on social media, stating this, reading from the water code, saying, section, item 1004, as used in this division, useful or beneficial purposes shall not be construed to mean the use in any 1 year of more than 2.5 acre-feet of water per acre in the irrigation of uncultivated areas of land not devoted to cultivated crops. And so because this, this bad data is being used, from this customer survey, and people are saying that, whether they're watering their lawns or whatever, because that number, and in this report, it's saying 40 inches, whereas the California code says 30 inches, I'm not accusing the district of doing something illegal, but it is a question, which is, is it illegal? So I would be interested to hear the answer to that, if that can be addressed in this meeting. And thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Linden. Anybody else like to comment? Open a public hearing.
Mr. President, are we going to try to answer specifically those questions as they come?
No, after the public hearing. That was Dustin's suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah, and I wrote it down.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that we
can
get
too, yeah.
answers for
Right.
folks. Okay, thank you.
Sid Brown, you'd like to comment? Go ahead.
Hi, yes, thank you. I just want to say that I'm very disappointed that the red line version that was presented just now was not available to the public. I understand that there could be anticipated that there would be more changes as a result of the hearing today. However, it makes it very difficult to be effective on knowing what exactly it is we are allowed to comment and what is before us today. If there have been some changes made or some changes recommended, or as this morning, I'm going through comparing the comments that I submitted in a timely fashion before the 16th as requested. And I went through and was comparing the document as posted online, current version, with my comments. And I wasted, an hour seeing what wasn't incorporated, and only to find out a fair amount of my comments are recommended to be incorporated. So not having this red line version available in the packet is a problem. I would say that although I'm pleased that some of the typos are recommended to be corrected, the more substantive comments I made do not seem to be addressed. So I'm disappointed in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Okay, anyone else like to comment on the Ag Water Management Plan as corrected? Tracy Sheehan. Go ahead, Tracy.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I have a new headset I'm trying out on everyone this morning. Good morning, board and public. My name is Tracy Sheehan. I'm with the Foothills Water Network. I want to start off by thanking the board for these additional public hearings, both the board and staff. This is a big change from past processes. Usually there's just one meeting like today where you get public comment and then you approve the plan. So it's great that you've had these additional meetings, especially the nighttime one. The network believes it's critical for the public to understand the details and assumptions in all of these plans, especially because this plan is one of those first steps towards the plan for water in the end. So this is where the public is getting a better understanding of the data that NID is using and the assumptions. So to be clear, this water management plan is actually the second step in that process. We started with the plan for water with the water planning projections in October. And I believe it's critical that NID use accurate data and modeling so that the public can understand both our current water needs and our future water needs. And I can tell you with the planning projection numbers, we wrote extensive comments on the fact that the public and we don't understand those numbers. Our October comments point out fundamental problems and emissions with both demand and supply. And with this plan and report that's come out, we remain concerned about recent data and modeling in the projections because they were incomplete and they seem to inflate demand. At that time and during that process, we requested we meet with NID to discuss these issues, and we're disappointed that that didn't happen before this plan. But with Greg's update this morning about the importance of the urban water management plan, I think that I'm optimistic that we can meet with NID before the urban water management plan to address these critical issues. Okay, so now here are a few specifics. First, we believe that the agricultural water management plan needs a precipitation table. We're concerned with the climate change analysis that suggests major water shortages in the future. So with 5 years of drought, NID's climate modeling shows that the watershed would become significantly impacted with a 50 to 75% reduction in runoff. It's important to understand that this is a much greater impact than actually occurred during the severe drought in 2011-2014. The methods for those projections are not described, nor are the assumptions in the modeling. So the network recommends that NID add a table with the dates of the water years used in these projections, along with the total precipitation of each of these water years. Without that information, the reader is forced to conclude that the analysis itself is not presented appropriately, or that there is reason to cover up the methods and assumptions. And because annual precipitation is a fundamental component of the water budgeting process and is included in DWR's handbook, the network requests NID add a table with precipitation in each water year type. Another point just came up about the subbasins, and it was edit that happened in table 6.1. The network's question is, why didn't the plan include all of the subbasins? So that is a remaining question that we have. All in all, I believe that it's just critical that before NID venture further down the road towards the plan for water, that the modeling and data gaps are completed, and you'll see those in our comments. So in summary, today we ask that if there are remaining emissions, that those get fixed before you adopt this plan. Fix what you can before the deadline. And I know that Sid has prepared and the network prepared comments that include what those emissions are. We suggest then you set up a special board meeting so that you can actually adopt the plan. And I also suggest two other things coming out of Greg's comments this morning. First, or at the beginning of this, is that I do agree that I think it's a good idea for NID to come back and respond to the different comments in writing and at a future board meeting. Then we could have a better understanding of some of the assumptions behind the modeling. And it's a way to start the conversation as we move towards the urban water management plan. I also asked the board to consider how will you commit to some of what you're planning in the future in the resolution that you'll be adopting today. So as we watch the board discuss this and consider next steps, what should be included in that resolution to make sure that the public understands what your next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Ashley Overhouse, you're next.
NID board, staff, and public, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Again, this is Ashley Overhouse. I'm the policy manager with the South Yuba River Citizens League, Circle. As a member of the Foothills Water Network, we submitted comments on this draft plan before you today, and you can find those starting on page 85 of the PDF that was presented to the board and available to the public. Today, the NID board will consider whether to formally adopt the plan before submitting it to the California Department of Water Resources. And while Circle is grateful and echo the network's comments, the NID gave additional opportunity for public engagement. We are still concerned that the plan is fundamentally flawed due to its incorporation of the water planning projections from October 2020 and seemingly inflated demand. I would just like to echo Tracy's requests that the NID board please do not approve the plan as currently drafted, even with the adjustments made today, and thank you for those. We would appreciate responses to the comments at some later date, whether that's before or after adoption. I think that would help both the network as well as the public truly understand the assumptions that were put in the plan today. At a minimum, this means additional explanation for methodology. I think that I appreciate that one sentence that was added in terms of discrepancy of subbasins, but I would appreciate additional explanation, as well as the annual precipitation for water years used in the water management plan, as Tracy Sheehan just previously mentioned. A special board meeting if needed before April 1st to adopt the amended plan. And finally, we request respectfully that the board, through a resolution or some other formal action, revisit NID's methodology for drafting and producing water management plans in the context of improving overall district planning for a sustainable water future before the plan for water process begins in fall 2021. I really do want to thank Greg for clarifying the intent and purpose and scope of this ag water management plan here before you and at the beginning of this public hearing. And I really do appreciate that some of this could be addressed in the urban water management plan. And I would appreciate the opportunity to do so. I do think that this plan and the work that has been put into it thus far is still an important tool to help NID improve efficiencies in the future and provide information and a record to the public on the district's stewardship of our precious water resources. And that the ag management plan and urban water management plans are two important components that will inform the district's update to the raw water master plan. And so I understand that that really is the critical tool for strategic planning into the future. And I look forward to engaging in that process. And I also want to thank Jim Crowley for the messages today on the water management objectives to focus on the future for the district. Those bullet points I think are just incredibly important, and thank his statement for saying that there's a lot of energy around how watershed management can help increase community resiliency in the face of the climate crisis. And I think that that is really truly why we are all here today discussing this. And Circle thanks you for that intention as you move forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ashley. Is there anyone else who would like to comment watching this morning on the ag water management plan as proposed? It's public hearing time to engage in the process. If you'd like to comment, *9 on your phone. Okay, last chance. Anybody like to comment on this plan this morning? *9. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
One
Oh,
hand
went back up. Okay, Matthew, go ahead. There we go.
Yes, thank you. I just want you to consider that water is something there's nobody that I know of or that I've ever met can go without for more than just 3 days. So the responsibility to manage the water is a life and death situation, and that what you're tasked with affects everyone, every living thing on this earth. It really depends on water. So please just take it seriously and if you can't remember what it feels like to go without water, just try it for 24 hours. And it's excruciating. And it's like torture. And yeah, that's all I really have to say is just take your position seriously and realize that we all can't go without it, no matter how hard we want to try. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter. Anybody else? Last chance. This is really the last chance. *9 your phone. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Okay, board members. What's that?
I have some, well, everybody does. You want to take them?
Go ahead. You can start.
Oh, my goodness. I kind of, okay.
You want to
I have
start?
a lot. So I was
Okay.
thinking maybe someone else should go first.
Okay, well, then we'll let somebody else go first. Who has one?
No.
Who has
I
two?
don't have a lot.
Okay, go ahead, Director Hall.
And part of my comments are about process. You know, I worked in a big organization and worked on a lot of complex projects, and so I appreciate the effort that you've put into this. And I think one of the big steps that you took this year is to have the 2 public comment periods that you did have. And I think that the comments that were made today are reflective of the fact that you engaged the public early on. And so I want to really acknowledge that and acknowledge the amount of work that comes into this. I do think that this is a plan that we know is coming every 5 years. So we know well in advance that it's coming down the pipe. We also know we have a community that is, I might be biased, but I think they're smarter than the average bear. And they're more engaged and knowledgeable about water issues than I think many community members. And so I think we have to consider that in a project like this, that we can't, we really need to back it way up from a public involvement point of view. The other is that as a board member, I'd like to have an initial conversation about projects like this. So give me an orientation about the Ag Water Management Plan. What's the intention of it from your point of view? So that we're on the same page about what we expect. I think one of the points of difference of opinion perhaps is on the water use efficiency aspect, so the future planning. That would have been a great conversation for the board to be engaged in early on, included as part of the budget discussions. These kinds of investments need to be accounted for and supported and be explicit. And to me, the language in this is weak. And it doesn't reflect well on our board commitment to investments in your work, our work. And so, but I think that it takes backing it all up. That's a comment, kind of looking prospectively at other similar types of efforts. My other comment for the moment is just that I think that we do have an obligation to respond to these public comments. I would like to see the written responses. In looking at some of the hard factual information and questions that have been posed, I think these are legitimate issues that deserve attention before the plan is submitted. My understanding is that, and I could be wrong on this, but my understanding is that if we don't submit a plan by April 1st, we have the prerogative of continuing to work on the plan for 120 days and then submit it to DWR without penalty. I might have that wrong, and I can appreciate that you probably want it out the door so you could keep on working. So I don't say that without realizing the implications. But I also think that there's some really legitimate points, which I think the other directors are going to go over in more detail. But a public process without our response, I think, is, I just think it builds ill will. And I think the intention here is to foster goodwill. And I think to foster and have that goodwill, we need to do that additional step and follow through. So that's it for the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Director Peters.
Yes,
We'll go this way.
I have a couple of comments, and I completely echo Director Hall's comments. We've known for 5 years that we've needed to do this, and so to just start and now claim that we're under the gun because we're out of time, it doesn't ring true to a lot of people, so it makes it more difficult. I completely agree with Ms. Sheehan's comments about providing precipitation data on table 2.7, I believe it was. We're talking about a specific 5-year period, and then we put a big old table on historical characteristics when we know how much precipitation we received in each of the years of the plan. And so I think it would be helpful to add maybe either a 2.8 to show, compared to average, this is what we saw in this period. I think that would be useful information. As well as on table 6.2, the 5-year drought period between 1987 and 1991. We show the runoff. It would be helpful to see what was the corresponding precipitation in that period. And so we can see, it helps us have a better understanding of where we're at. And I think that would, in my opinion, that would be helpful. And I think that and I agree, I think we should address the remaining issues before the deadline to understand what we are going to do. We need to make a commitment, and I completely agree that the way this is written, it really shows a lack of board commitment to this process, when I believe that's no longer the case. If it was, I don't know that it was the case before, but I know that it's, in my opinion, it's no longer the case. We need to start paying attention to this and getting a better handle. And even looking at we need to establish metrics. We need to do more formal planning process around water management, because it is a public trust. Water is the state of California public trust resource, and we need to pay attention to how we're utilizing it for our better understanding of management. And I also agree that in the resolution, we should add something noting our commitment to establishing better metrics and starting right away. In October, we went through the technical memos, and there was many, many questions. We shouldn't have just dropped it and then picked it up now. We should keep it until we understand it. We should prioritize, and I know that I don't know how we can do that, but we should prioritize revisiting all of our demand and supply assumptions to make sure we're working with good base data. If we don't have good understanding of the base data, it's all irrelevant. And so I think we should try to prioritize doing that, and putting funding toward it, putting resources toward it, to make it that by the time the urban plan comes around, we can show that we are serious and we are making progress. That's it for now.
Director Johansson. No, she's got the most.
I got it right now.
Got piles of papers.
Yeah, but that's an assumption.
That's an assumption.
We better get a better matrix on that one, which I agree with. So I too agree with Director Peters and Tracy Sheehan's comment. We need precept. I think the precept is going to be an easy one to add. I think what it will show is that you need a certain amount before you get runoff. And so you can't assume you get 30 inches one year and 10 the other. You got 1/3 to runoff. You probably have no runoff on the 10 inches of rain. It depends on how that comes in.
Right.
And we work with that all the time in farming. So also like to comment on some Jeff Litton's March 18th letter, or his comments at the meeting, the workshop. And thank you for the kind words about being stewards of the environment. So I'm very familiar with one of the scientists at UC Berkeley, or he was a grad student at the time, Matthew. And what happened there was that they did use satellite imagery to measure the pasture land in Nevada County, but they did it in August of 2014, which was a critical dry year. It was also a year that our ranchers voluntarily gave up using some water. How much? 30,000, 20,000 acre feet? It was up there. It got us through 2 critically dry years in California, and it was significant sacrifice on their part. What happens in August generally is that the demand for water for ranchers goes way up.
Yep.
I talked about on our farm how much we actually need more water. So I put on farm water storage to have that buffer. And we'll draw down that pond even though we have NID flowing into it constantly. And that starting to happen in July, August, September. There's a big drawdown on how much water we need. And the studies show that on pasture land, especially RCS, or I think it's maybe RCD, the demand for water on pasture land really gets exponentially higher. So what you see in August any year is a receding of the pasture land through imagery, but in an extremely critical dry year, 2014, it was even worse. So the methodology that they used may not hold up to use that as a baseline that we only have 3,000 or 3,500 acres of irrigated land in Nevada County. That it's just not working. And then you piqued my curiosity on this water code that uncultivated land only gets 30 inches. And I don't have the answer. I guess I'm asking, to find the answer. I would think pasture land being a perennial crop. One, it's no-till. It comes living there from year to year to year. It's extreme high cost to reseed, to establish. That would be cultivated land. So I would like to, see what the water code says about that. I don't think that has somewhat to do with the ag management plan. It probably has more to do with plan for water. But I would be surprised that pasture land is not treated as I think it would be cultivated land because it takes quite a bit of effort to establish. I'm still as shocked as are other ranchers that the state board likes to golf more than they like to eat, and that they have, it's fine to put golf courses in there as a priority during a drought year, but did not recognize the high cost of establishing pasture land and the public benefit we get from fire protection, the wildlife habitat that's created on the fringes and in that pasture. It's incomprehensible to me. I can't figure that one out. So, and I know a few ranchers are quite upset at it. That's what I have.
Okay, thank you, Director Jansen. Okay, Director Hick.
Thank you.
Do we need a break first?
No, I can kind of consolidate.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll try to, okay, so maybe I can take 10 minutes, okay? So my overarching comment is that I too agree that I would like to see us answer the very specific questions and comments that were brought to us during the public comment time, have written answers, and perhaps have another board meeting prior to adoption. I don't feel like I can support adoption of this plan as written. I also had this understanding and was also disappointed that we did not get a red line, or blue line, or whatever you guys want to call it, because at our last meeting, we said, both Karen and I said, we wanted that so we could track the changes, and we didn't get that as a board, and then to just have them, up here on the screen is not really a great method. So, I would like to see the comments incorporated, track changes with the comments incorporated, and then distributed to both the board and the public, and then have a board adoption hearing to whatever, for whatever we're going to do. That seems like a better process to me. So let's see. So then there's a couple sort of in the weeds questions. Sorry, Director Gerber.
Okay, well, I'm timing the weeds question.
Okay, you timed the weeds question. I'm starting at page 5, but I'm not going to go through everything. But on page 5, it says AWMP implementation schedule. This looks like this was a state requirement. It says ag water suppliers shall implement plans adopted pursuant to this chapter. So my question is, what did we implement from the last 5 years?
You said you're on page 5, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 1.5, paragraph 1.5. Okay. So my question, so this says that we shall implement, okay? So my question is, what did we implement? Because I know that we did, and it just seems like I don't see anything in this plan that says, hey, we took these positive steps. This is what we did out of our 11 or 14, plans or goals that we were going to do. And I thought it would be really good to say, this is what we implemented. This is what we plan to implement. And here is the timing and the deliverables so that we can check ourselves, so that it's really something, a document for which we can be accountable to each other and to the public for what we're doing. So that's kind of an overarching comment. Okay, I'm continuing. I'm trying to get quick here. Answered that. See, some of these were answered by others. So
Yeah,
that's why.
I was gonna suggest.
You were hoping.
No,
You
I
were
was, I was already figuring on it.
Oh, then, on page 28, agricultural water use, it says the district is not aware of any growers that may use private groundwater wells in addition to district supplied water. Well, I know in my division, there's one very large, farm that's off of Cement Hill, and they don't use NID water, they use wells. They use groundwater. And I think that NID is aware of that, and then there's a second farm out off of, I want to say Rock Creek, First Rain Farm, where they also use wells. And so I just don't think the statement is accurate, and I wanted to just, for the record, make it not look like we forgot about them.
Spencerville also.
Spencerville, okay. Yeah, I didn't know about Spencerville, but I know of those two large ones in my division. Then I had asked this before and would like to see it included in the next draft if we can, and others have talked about this, so that on page 29, where you have the crop, the acres, you have the acres irrigated, but we don't have is what is the use per crop. And it comes up again in some other part of this plan, but it's useful information to know, well, how much water is sold or used in that irrigated pasture, and how much is, for these other things. We don't have those numbers in our plan. It seems like that would be an important thing to include. Yes.
Do you see produce in there?
Produce? In this?
No, there's produce.
Table? The table?
On page 29.
29, yeah, I looked at.
Well, I see cereals, fruits, but no, actually, vegetables? No.
No,
I don't.
I don't see veggies.
No, that's a good point.
That is a really good point.
I saw that this morning, I went,
Like,
Yeah.
where's the vegetable producers? You produce vegetables.
it's our biggest growth
It's your biggest.
Right.
factor in both counties.
Yeah, so, thank you for that. That is an oversight, I think, that we need to show. Then I share the comments from the commenters with regard to the runoff numbers, that those seem really important to show that accurately and to show the assumptions and so on. So I would like to see that done. Then, this is something really interesting. On page 45, and it's actually mentioned here a couple of times, where it says the district will develop and manage its resources in a self-determining manner. And that, to me, seems like an overarching sort of policy thing, and I don't know that that is still true from this board's perspective. I mean, self-determining means to me, it's like we're drawing the boundaries at our 287,000 acres, and we're not going to play nice with anybody in any other watershed. And the truth is, we're making strides to work with our neighbors in our neighboring watersheds. And we have to, because the water doesn't know political subdivisions or boundaries. And so it just seems to me as a statement of policy, well, that just troubles me.
Ricky, can I add a comment
Yes.
along those lines? This has been a very disturbing statement to me since I arrived as well.
Yeah.
But what I need to point out is that whether we want to acknowledge it or not, USDA, the National Mapping Systems, the state land use and water policy people, they're doing aerial surveys. We can go online. We're not utilizing readily available, it appears that we're not utilizing readily available data. You can go on the internet and look, because these USD surveys and that everybody, that I think everybody should take, because it's a public trust resource and it's everybody's water. We should be open about how we're using our water. But it's gotten to the point where we can be called on our bluff, because there is imagery out there that's easily retrieved that shows usage at different times of the year, at different, and we should, they're doing our work for us. I mean, we should really utilize those resources that are available in the public sphere to inform our management plan.
So, okay, thank you. I'm speeding through here, Mr. President, I'm gonna be done here shortly.
Okay.
At the bottom of page 45, this was troubling to me. Item 1, the last two sentences, continue to evaluate and implement as feasible options to increase understanding of agricultural irrigation customer water uses. And my comment that I made that I've written down here is like, wait a minute, we've had 100 years here. I bet you we actually have a pretty darn good understanding. And if we don't, then where are the holes? What do we need to do better to have a better understanding? But when you say continue to evaluate and implement, those sound like bureaucratic words that really don't have any meaning. I'd like to say, we are gonna do X, Y, Z and deliver A, B, and C.
So what the variable is
Yeah.
that efficiencies in irrigation have accelerated so quickly
And that's exactly what I
in
was
the
gonna
last
say.
decade or two,
Yeah.
that we're using water so much more efficiently, micro sprinklers.
Should we not know that, because doesn't that impact our demand?
It actually may not impact the demand, because now I can irrigate more acreage.
We're not.
Well, we are.
No,
We are.
farmers will.
We don't show our numbers.
What's that?
Well, I understand, but everybody's expanding as much as they can. We expanded over 2 acres this year, and maybe going more. But we've been efficient all along.
Because you're taking your existing water and making it go further.
Exactly. And then also different times of the season, you have higher demand. So you maybe irrigate once a week early. If your crops will take, so it's all changing, and it's in flux. So it's a continuing process. Not everybody can afford the most efficient method. And that is what the lag time is maybe.
And I would say.
Because that's expensive.
Yeah, that's the lag time for farmers, as it is the lag time for us to put in measuring devices that go out.
I'm gonna get to that. I have a comment about measuring.
Go ahead. I will try to restrain my comments till you're finished.
Oh, sorry, okay. All right, well, I'm getting close,
No, that was good.
And so then on, that table 6.1, it was like percent of average annual historical runoff. It's a percent of what? And then I also agree that with the other comments that we should add our other subbasins and show the modeling. So that to me was confusing. Look at this, I'm getting through here pretty good.
Right.
Well, I'm trying. I don't want to be a pain.
No rush here.
I'm not trying to be a pain.
I appreciate it.
So, then on page 51, when we're talking about, what do we call these, or implementation and reporting, automated canal controls. If feasible, the district will incorporate automation into canal structures at time of replacement. Blah, blah, blah. District plans on installing 10 state control stations over 10 years, so that's 1 a year. Then it says the cost for these are $1 million per year. So does that mean each station is $1 million? That's my question.
Right.
Which just like, wow, I know there's other ways of measuring other than spending $1 million per device. And where I was going with this is, one of the things I'd like to see us as an implementation from this plan is to say, okay, we've been under the gun, we all think we need to do a better job at measuring, and we've all heard that it's too expensive, to measure all of the uses and all of the orifices. So what if we did a pilot project, y'all, like pick a canal or 2 canals and get these devices and let's measure them and see how accurate or how inaccurate or how much is actually being used of what is being sold and so on. I mean, let's do a pilot project and find out where we are on that stuff. And that could be part of this plan and an implementation and a deliverable, that in the next 5 years or 3 years, we'll measure 3 canals, or, you know, staff can figure it out. Y'all know better what we could do, but I'd really like to see some kind of movement forward rather than just saying, oh, it's not economically feasible, honestly. And then,
Can I just say, I'd like to ditto that comment?
oh, okay.
Me three.
Yeah.
And I have a question for Chip when we get done on that.
Okay.
On that very subject.
And I do think that we do need it in the plan, and that it should be, the design of that should be so that we can extrapolate across the system.
Right,
We
right.
involve some statistical thought before we start, we can extrapolate.
I agree. I mean, and I think the benefits would be far-reaching for us.
Absolutely.
And, you know, maybe we find out, I don't know what we'll find out. I don't have a preconceived notion, but it's that more data is better than less data.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I am.
And can I add in, and not only to modernize the head gate, we need tailgate and SCADA between the two so they can work in conjunction.
Yeah, see, I don't even know what all that is. I just know that we have to have accurate.
Rich, if I can tag.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I think that's $1 million in infrastructure total.
Yes,
budget,
I do too. I
not
think
per
Chip
measuring.
answered that question.
Because it says 1 per year.
Yeah, but that's also lining or encasement or whatever. It's all infrastructure,
Our total budget.
total
Total
budget.
budget, yeah.
Oh,
It says the cost, these sites are included in the infrastructure improvement of $1 million. So it's a piece of ongoing stuff is the way I interpret it. It's not just $1 million for a gate, for a measurement, for a meter.
well,
But you're right,
but it's not clear, you know, and I read it like 3 times, and I'm
Right.
like, what? Anyway, I feel like that could be a little better written.
The key word is included.
Yeah,
That's
but I
the key word.
also really want us to engage in some sort of, in both the budget, to do some kind of project, call it pilot project,
Right.
whatever.
I concur.
And, where was I headed? I think that's it. And then lastly, should the board get to this resolution, it is written the general manager as opposed to the interim general manager.
Okay.
That's my last bit
So that's the
comment.
last bid comment.
Okay,
Director Johansson.
thank you.
So quick, thank you.
Yes.
Much quicker.
I didn't do too bad.
No, you did great. You did great.
So everybody assumes that conservation of water will be a more efficient use of water, will reduce the demand for water. In the valley, it's just been the opposite.
Right.
Because, and I have a prime example of a ranch in my area that flood irrigates. We've been talking for a few years how to build a pond, several ponds, store the water, pump out of it. What that will do will allow marginal land that could not be irrigated to be irrigated, but the same amount of water.
The greater production.
Much greater production. So that's where you get, that's the efficiency of irrigation means more productivity.
Right, and I think that's great, because in Nevada County, we want to up our local from, 20% to 25% or whatever.
20% wholesome food by year 2025.
Right, and I think that is a wonderful goal, and I'd like to support that.
Yeah.
So if we can get the data that then allows us to manage just a little bit differently, my guess is that the water is there along the edges, it's like, anyway, I'll stop, but thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your attention.
Good comment.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
My first one is a little more general in nature, and listening to the comments and this board, I'm always struck by, I have to go through the budget process.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line, I have to go through the budget process and done it for 2 years. And indeed, we are working on a greatly restricted budget this year. So with that in mind, I say ching ching every time we propose one of these. I'm not opposed to these things, these changes. I'm thinking there's going to be more long term than short term, and I'm not opposed to putting some of these changes into the plan. Specifically, the comments about the demand projections versus the actual, and how we can answer that question. I don't have the answer to that question, but it's come up twice, and I would like to see that one specifically because that really plays into the plan for water and future planning if we're saying we need to build this reservoir or not. That it gets down to that one. So I think that's an important one. The other one is, I noticed there were comments, and there's always comments about groundwater and the use of wells. You mentioned the wells one. That's to the district's defense, they're not in the business of knowing what anybody's pumping out of the ground. They just know that they're interested in supplying water that's been applied for. Period. Surface water. So we don't currently have a handle on that one because we're not in the, as Chip pointed out last meeting, we're not in the business of knowing. It's not our business to even know that. So we can discuss that. But I think I think we need to address somewhere in there that the district is not dependent on groundwater and emphasize that this is why. We do not live in a water table environment. We live in a fractured rock environment, and certainly you can tap into one of those and get 100 gallons a minute. They're all around Chicago Park. I know that, okay? They're out there, but they're not everywhere in the district. Those are general ones. I think I agree generally with the board about addressing some of those comments. There again, I go ching when you say, okay, we're going to answer all of these comments in writing. Somebody has to do that, right? That has to be, you know, that's right out of, you know, it's an additional, you know, task to be. So with that said, those are my general comments. I think this is a good process. It is noon time. What is the board's pleasure about taking a lunch break, coming back, and then discussing what we want to do going forward?
I just assume you want to finish this particular item.
Okay.
Just finish this up.
All right. So go ahead.
And I'd like to just comment on the budgeting around it.
Right.
I believe, and this goes back to the project status report of the capital improvements, a lot of these projects, when I look at them, they've never been expressed of the immediacy, the risk base that, you know, if we could revisit all of those projects on that capital and understand why all of these have to be done right now this year, I think there are significant savings that could be had by delaying non-essential projects and reprioritizing the order of how we do work and put this at a higher priority.
Okay.
I have another comment.
Go ahead.
So when we're thinking about, you know, amending this, or, you know, the cha-ching part of your discussion, and yes, there would have to be somebody who would have to do the work of implementing this, and it will probably be, you know, Mr. Crowley or someone in his firm or whatever, because they began it. But yet, you know, we consistently refer to the Ag Water Management Plan and the Urban Water Management Plan as informing the Raw Water Master Plan. So it seems to me that it behooves us to get the data correct, you know, the base data correct, because everything's building off of this towards the final Raw Water Master Plan. So, you know, I think it's a good expenditure of resources, and I can't believe it would be that much to get these comments incorporated and really have a quality document to build off of.
The only
Greg.
thing I would,
Oops.
I'm sorry.
I would point at Greg first. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to clarify your point there, real quick. You said to get the data correct. Are you referring to the data of the past 5 years that is incorporated into the plan and what we're utilizing here and the actual miner's inch measurement of what we deliver? Or are you referring to these items, these 15 or so items specific to the plan right now that require certain, you know, that you want to see some changes to in red line version and bring forth? I'm assuming you're not meaning the prior.
The prior, no, but I think, you know, as an example, the runoff numbers, right? Like, let's get that information right. Let's show the assumptions. Let's show the baseline data where we got it. You know, let's do a good scientific job about the runoff data. That's just one example. So that's what I'm talking about. Does that make sense?
Well, I think I understand your point, the information that was generated last fall on the raw water master plan, that, I think, is what Tracy was referring to, and Director Peters commented on. That is separate from this plan. And it's going to take more time to address those things. And we don't have that time, and we need to do that process right. And so I think everybody's interested in that, and there's no question, but I don't think it's going to be part of this plan.
Well said.
Yeah, I agree.
Very well said.
So we need to commit to doing that.
Correct.
Yes.
And I think we are committed.
We are committed.
I think we are committed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder about the Tracy's comment on climate change, that, that's an example of something I'd like to see addressed. How are we going to respond to that? I don't know how you would recommend, but to me, that was an important statement made in the report, but how are we backing it up? What's the evidence around that? And that's more of what I thought you would.
Yeah, well, I think that's true. Thank you for restating that, yes. I agree.
And on some of these, we can just, in the document, some of this hard work that we need to do moving forward for the plan for water process, we can acknowledge that we will be doing this, and if needed, we will submit an interim, adjusted, amended, ag plan.
If we find differently, we adjust.
We just adjust and update, which is perfectly acceptable.
Okay, so Director, go ahead, Director then.
Are you ready for a motion?
I was gonna ask if she was proposing a motion in her statement about, doing some more work on this and then bringing it back, having a special meeting, all that kind of stuff. Or,
I could put that in the form of a motion, or do you do that? Or,
what do you want?
Not necessarily, because listening to Director Hall and Director Peters.
They made great points, by the way.
Yeah, we're gonna find maybe different numbers going into the plan for water urban management plan, and we can come back and adjust this, but we not getting, to take undetermined time to perfect this number in here is not going to help us. We're not gonna, but it will help us for these other two management plans, plan for water. So approving this plan, getting it to the state when the state hasn't even given us their final version.
Right.
I think it's all forgiven. Just move on, and then let's put concentration on getting these other numbers correct in the urban management plan and for water. And we have to come up with methodology. We have to come up with, how we're actually going to do that. That's not going to be a week. That's not going to be a month.
Right.
It's going to be much further than that. Then we have passed the end of April deadline, and now we are in trouble.
Well, and building on that, I think going back and looking at the analysis, that we pay a lot of money to have that thing prepared, that I'm not prepared to just say, okay, it's all wrong because somebody said so, right?
Yeah.
Looking into it is certainly a positive thing to do, but not to say today that it's those numbers or staff numbers are all wrong because somebody said so. They need to present some evidence also, right?
Well,
I
more
think,
than that, we are committed. We're committed to get the right numbers.
Well, then
But
they said.
These might be the right numbers.
Right.
We just need to have better methodology.
Yeah.
And I noticed everybody over here was just writing notes down as everyone was speaking, and I thank you.
Yes.
You captured it all.
Right.
It was impressive. So I'm actually ready to make a motion to accept this.
Okay. I'm ready. Go ahead.
Or no,
Oh, you are, okay, but you're not ready.
well, I am, but I
Okay.
thought there was more comments.
Well, I think maybe there's an intermediate step of having staff get time to reflect on these comments, address what they can. I simply would like to see what are some of the data sets or assumptions in the document that we plan to address over a longer period of time. I just want to be explicit about it, because I mean, it gets a little, for me, where I'm sitting, it gets a little confusing about, okay, So here's the plan for water. We're gonna do this all over here. Here's the Ag Water Master Plan and the Urban Water Master Plan. And these are the data sets here, some of which include assumptions, but those will be resolved in the other plan.
Right.
So I'm fine if, we consider this an iterative document. That I think is fine. That could be amended if it's important. But I would like to see the public comments that you've all noted that deserve some reflective commentary, that be part of the plan that I would approve.
Okay.
And so I'd like to just suggest that we have like the 6 days or whatever we have to have a special meeting so you get the plan adopted by April 1st.
Yeah, that's where I was headed, I'd like to incorporate the comments, come back with a document that's redlined that everybody can see.
Yeah.
And it may not be perfect, that's okay, but but we continue to move forward.
Right.
Director Peters.
I'm sorry, Chip, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, did he raise his hand?
I agree, and some of, like on these EWMPs, no. What were they, the 11? If we say we're committed to, make it a little stronger language that we will be doing this and just revise that and note that this is a priority to emphasize that this is a priority of the district. And what I was thinking, and I just put this out, this is just brainstorming, of modifying the resolution to add a whereas along the lines of whereas Water Code Section 10608.48, paragraph 6, requires an estimate of water use efficiency improvements estimated to occur in the 5 to 10 year future timeframe. That would be a whereas, and then add a couple of therefore, saying therefore the district, and this language is very rough, the district shall develop a plan with specific metrics for the improvements to be implemented in the next 5 to 10 years, and therefore the district will revisit supply and demand assumptions to better understand available supplies and demands, and will submit amended plans as appropriate. Something along those lines so the state, when we submit this, they know that we're serious about
doing it.
Doing this.
Okay.
I just offer that up for comment.
So, can I ask a couple clarifying questions?
Yep.
Now that we've gone around quite a bit. So am I hearing that, I think to your point, just right there, Director Peters, is we want to be very careful, I think, in what we actually submit in this document, that we're not making promises we can't keep. We have some of this information, and we have some of these attempts and infrastructure improvements and budgeting processes in place, and we believe and we truly will be building these through our annual budget. But I'm concerned if we start putting metrics into this particular document that says we will meet metrics X, Y, or Z, that we're putting ourselves in a position that we right now don't have all the forethought and understanding to meet in the next 5 years. So I want to put that as a caveat and a caution. In terms of putting this project, taking the comments that we've received from the board today and the public, turning around and giving written responses to the comments that we've received, I don't believe is going to happen in the time of April 1st. I'm sorry.
April? I mean, isn't?
Yeah, it'll happen in April. I think we've just got.
Can't we submit something on April 1st that says, our plan is ready, we're finalizing it? I mean, they haven't even acted on our 1 year permit for 10 years.
So maybe this is a question for Dustin, but,
Or back to.
I'm concerned that if we, and this is also a question that I need to talk with staff about, I'm anticipating that we're talking, the 1st is Thursday next week. And going back and making some of these changes, and I mean, I count 11 or 15 specific changes to the document that you want to see and we want redlined. I'm counting a bunch of comments that are, this thick that the board is now requesting that we do a formalized written request or written response to I heard prior to the adoption of the plan. I just don't see that happening between now and the 1st of April.
Right.
We have not that long until the 1st of April, but, I mean, if we bring this back at the next scheduled board meeting, which is in the 14th, are we, you know, with these red lines, and you'd have them in advance, are we running into a trouble here?
Don't worry, Greg, I'll bail you out of ag water management plan jail.
Where do we run afoul?
Yeah.
Can you address the 120 days that Karen referenced? Yeah.
So first of all, just be clear, responses to comments, unlike CFA, are not legally required.
Right.
So you
We can do a better
you can't
job.
do it as a matter of policy, or, you know, you don't have to just meet the low bar, you can go beyond that. But I just wanted to make sure that was done. So if the board would like responses to comments, then it's just a matter of, it's economics time, right?
Right.
And
That's my point.
the consultant, I'm sure, will require some kind of change order. I'm making that assumption. So there's that, and then the timing component, which probably should convene as between staff and consultants and get an idea if that's what a majority of the board wants to do. So that being said, the timeline here. You will be in technical default if you don't adopt the plan by April 1st, and then submit the plan by the end of April 30th. Now, we're in technical default of the law all the time, right? You do a California stop at a stop line, you jaywalk across the street. I mean, it really becomes a question of risk tolerance in my mind. If this board committed to, very promptly acting in April, that's one thing, versus a delay into, August, September, October. I'd be then saying, well, there may be some consequences there, maybe ineligibility for grant state loans, something along those lines. But if we're talking a matter of days
Or a couple,
or weeks,
whatever, yeah.
I don't think that ag water management jail cell is really risky. So while you'd be in technical default, I think we're going to be okay. Can't guarantee that, but I think I'd like the betting odds on that one. The 120 days that you alluded to, maybe Mr. Crowley can help. It's been a little while since I've looked at this, but I believe there's a period of time before which the state will issue a notice of default, and I think that's the 120-day period. Now, within that 120-day period, let's say we were, and I don't think this is the case, but let's say we had a very significant grant that we were on the cusp of receiving. I would have a much different perspective. I'd be saying, no, we need to be in full compliance with what the Urban and Ag Water Management Act says. Because we're likely, we're in queue for receipt of state proceeds here, and we don't want this to be the item that disqualifies us. But I'm not aware of that, and I'm certainly not aware of that happening between now and April or something along those lines. So again, it's a risk, but it's not one in my mind that's very significant.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Peters.
I appreciate that, Dustin. And with that said, I think that some of these comments that were made are going to take longer than 120 days to resolve.
They are.
And so I think that the best path forward is to commit to it, not within before April 30th or before 120 days, but commit to the district. That's why I proposed alternative language in the resolution to say we're going to commit to doing this in our master water process, and address and the comments that will need to be duly addressed and looked into that is going to take long. Just acknowledge that. Say we are committed to addressing this in the plan for water process, and we will pursue that. And that would be your response to those comments. And then just pick up the easier comments and do it a red line and prepare what we propose based on the readily available. You know, you can just state, if it just requires
low-hanging
citing,
fruit kind of
citing an assumption, or citing, you know,
Yeah.
whatever it is, just filling out what we can, and then bringing it to the April 14th as proposed, final red line, so we know what was changed, and then we say, okay, let's submit this, and now let's start the hard work to really prepare for the urban water management plan and our plan for water process moving forward.
I think with just a clarification, right, that we also have a time crunch on the urban plan, and some of these pieces are gonna take longer than even that, right? So we'll have to do that same kind of thing, acknowledge that we're working on it, but it is what it is in terms of being able to finish the plan.
And seriously work on it, and bring our very wealth of knowledge in some of, you know, these Foothill Water Network comments, they were quite valid comments, and so we need to engage and figure, you know, make sure that our stakeholders are okay with our process and what we're doing as well.
I can appreciate that. I'd like to add that many of the comments were related to the TM. And that's not really a portion of these two documents, but they do relate. And I think that is a much larger discussion, as you mentioned, that we will definitely be revisiting. I would also like to mention, if I may, there was a lot of discussion about, let's get the numbers right. That leads to an assumption that what's in this document is not correct. I just want to clarify.
Fair, yeah.
This document, the first few chapters of it, look at what happened over the last 5 years. And they are a result of the data we have. We can't make up data that doesn't exist. And so I'd like to think those numbers are as right as we're going to get based on the equipment we have in the field. And so I just wanted to clarify that portion of it.
I appreciate that.
Now, the area where you say, well, let's get the numbers right, I hear you, and it's the future-looking portion of it, and climate change and all that, and that, once again.
And the runoff, and,
Yes, that is based on documents that are in the TMs that we need to continue to discuss and explore. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. And that's kind of the difference with this document, is a major portion of it is backwards looking at what we've already done. I don't see us being able to change or fabricate any of that data.
No, we want to use the truth.
Yeah, we're with you there, and
Yeah.
that's what we try to do. But we can certainly clarify some of those other topics.
That's good. That's good to have a clarification.
I think I would like to validate with staff and the consultant, but I do believe that we can put a package together that reflects the comments today, reflects the comments that were from the public that we can actually respond to. Those that we can't and don't affect really the change of this plan, we not punt, but we will inform that this is part of another process, and it looks like this, and it's going to be around this time frame. And we bring those to the board on, I'm going to say, the 14th. I think that's the next board meeting. We'll try our best. If there is a problem with that, then I will inform the whole board as soon as I confer with staff. And
Could we do a special?
We could.
For that? I mean, if that was just a singular item?
I think it depends, if it affects you, then we can have a special board meeting. If it can be integrated quickly into a regular meeting, that is fine too.
I mean, the 14th, the way that goes is that, just so we're clear, that means the board packet's available Tuesday next week.
Right, which means we have about a week and a half.
And it's, you know, it's valid, but I just want to get back to you, and I'll be discussing with the board president, but, I do think that we'll convene, determine the magnitude of the changes that have been requested today and in the comments and the responses, and, we'll commit to getting it done, though, not by August.
I was looking forward to bail me out.
Or not.
Or not.
You know, I want to say one last thing, since we also know now that we've got the urban water management plan, and part of, I felt a little frustrated in that this felt rushed, you know, I felt as a board, we were said, okay, here it is, we've got to do this, we've got April 1st deadline. But could we not do that for the urban water management plan? Do we have, I mean, do y'all as staff have enough time to put that together so that we as a board have an opportunity to go through this sort of same process and go, yeah, well, this is good, that's not good, can we add this? Without going, okay, now we're gonna be in urban water management jail.
So I don't believe the
Much broader.
urban plan has a adoption date, it just has a submittal date, which is the end of June, I believe. So, our plan is to give you more time to review the urban plan and the plan that we have, our schedule.
Great.
And we still plan to have the 2 workshops, just like we did for the ag water management plan. But there is still a deadline for
Sure,
urban
but
water management plan
I'm just
jail.
saying, let's learn from this experience so that we don't get into the same problem.
Yeah, and we have been working on the urban plan while we're developing the ag plan. So it's not like we're now starting from zero.
Connected, right?
But, you know, there's some different information there. It takes different times to be able to put it together.
Thank you.
So just for clarification, the board approval should take place by June 1st then, for filing on June 30th?
No, my understanding, unless somebody corrects me otherwise, there is no formal approval date for the urban plan. The statute's very clear in the ag plan that it has to be adopted by April 1st and submitted by April 30th. The urban plan just says you have to submit it by
Is it July 1st?
July 1st or
Yeah.
June 30th, whatever that is. It doesn't have a specified, you must adopt it by this date and then submit it by that date. At least that's my understanding of the document. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have clarifying
Go ahead.
questions on process. It sounds like we're moving into April for adoption, or consideration of adoption. We've conducted the public hearing today, we've closed the public hearing. Is the expectation that that's it? When we reconvene, whenever we're ready in April, there's no further public hearing, no further newspaper notice? I would say those things are not legally required, but I just want to clarify that that's the expectation of the board. And also, traditionally, legally, the deadline to submit comments, either in writing or orally as part of the public hearing, is up until the close of the public hearing. So in other words, if we do receive a late filed comment, how does the board want us to treat that? Traditionally, the way we would treat it is, sorry, that's late. It wouldn't receive a response, it wouldn't be part of the record, and so on. So, those are questions. Each board in.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Peters.
I
That
appreciate
question?
that, because there's always gonna be comments. Everyone's
always
gonna
gonna
think
be
of
comments.
something later on that
Yeah.
they wanna add in. But given the situation that we're in and that we've received, we've had 3 workshops, 3 public,
Yep.
3
Yep.
public, opportunities for the public to provide input. I think on this plan, it's my opinion that we should say, this is it. We just need to get it in a state that we can submit it.
Right.
We do have a
I
deadline.
agree with you.
I agree with you.
And it goes back to my suggestion about perhaps bolstering the resolution, just to let them know that we're not just saying, you know, talk to the hand, we're not gonna do anything.
Okay.
I think if we bolster the resolution to state that we are committed to keeping this work moving forward.
Can that be a separate resolution? So that we don't put deliverables in here that we
I don't
somehow
see any
cannot.
deliverables in what I'm saying, we're just gonna, we're gonna develop a plan. We are gonna develop a plan, that's what we've committed to doing.
And we're not saying it's gonna be in 5
We are
years.
committed,
Yeah,
that's not the problem.
and that's all we need to say,
I
we're
just wanted
committed
to
to
keep
doing that.
this resolution, ag management plan, as simple as possible.
Yeah, so we could say the district is committed to developing a plan, or, you know, we can, but to let the powers that be and everybody know that we are committed to this. I mean, we're looking at this on the past 5 years, it's, on face value, to read it, it didn't look like this was much of a priority of the district. We didn't it didn't appear in my read of it that we had metrics and that we said, this is what we plan to do, and this is the result of what we planned.
Trish, can you email what you've written down to
Yeah.
me? And we
Yeah,
can
but
take a look at it?
it's just drafting, I'm not wedded to this.
No, I know, but if
I
you could just give me your thoughts on that, that way we can at least have that as a starting point to think from.
Yeah, it's mostly just goodwill, it's just to know that we're gonna take this, we may have taken it seriously before and didn't have the resources, or it wasn't a priority, or I don't know what happened then, and it really doesn't matter. We just, now going forward, I think it's important to note that We're gonna take this
Well.
serious moving forward.
But also note that the state accepted each one.
Yeah.
And prior, so they thought it was
Yeah, I think that
sufficient enough.
statement's more for us than for anybody else,
yeah.
myself. But
Yeah.
I'd like to just acknowledge Dustin's first question, which is, will we be prepared to approve the document at that meeting? And I say yes.
Yes,
We
I
will.
agree.
No more, I mean, you guys will have gotten it to where you believe the best you can get it with the time and information we have available, and that will be that, is my sense.
I agree.
I agree.
Yep.
Oh, for your minutes, I think we're gonna have I'm gonna propose, we have a motion unless we don't think we need
I
one.
think this is one that deserves motion to continue the
Yeah,
item.
I do too.
We don't have to have a specific date, but, maybe a goal of it occurring sometime in April as early as possible. When staff and consultants are ready.
Can we also put it on the state not giving us all the total criteria that we have to adhere to?
I'd love to blame it on them.
We can incorporate that. I think we should. I agree. That's very good.
Did you want to, make a motion now?
I'll make
Oh, you
that
wanna make the motion?
that
Okay.
that we move this item and to have it final adoption in early April to ensure that we, submit to the state by April 30th.
And I'll second that with the somewhat amended idea that we still have a moving target.
So what?
So what do you say?
Meaning the state doesn't have the.
That the state has not provided our final criteria.
I don't see the value in that.
I don't think we need to add that part. We know that, they'll,
They deserve it.
we're,
I'll second the original motion.
okay. Any further discussion? Do I need to take public comment on this? No, okay. Any further discussion by the board? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye?
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4, Division 2.
Aye. Thank you all for a robust,
That was great.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You should get a standing ovation.
Yeah.
I know, really.
Where'd my agenda go? All right,
Okay.
all right. So we're gonna take a lunch break, or I'm gonna die.
Okay, we'll have to, no, well, we can't have that.
You wanna take a break?
What's that?
Do you wanna take a
Let's take a 1 hour.
break, or?
Did anybody bring lunch? Do we want to set out for lunch? What do we do about that?
I didn't bring any lunch.
We did
lunch?
nothing.
So we'll need to take an hour break for lunch.
So we can get some lunch.
So we
Should
get
we order or, and each contribute, or how do we do that?
First, I'll adjourn the,
Yeah, adjourn the meeting.
we're gonna take, the meeting is going to take a break for lunch.
We
So we
adjourned
could-
one.
NID Board Meeting, March 24th, 2021. General Order Number 4, South Sutter Water District. Kian's here. Hi,
All right.
Kian.
Good afternoon. Thank
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Good, thanks. Go ahead.
We're here today as a follow-up from the February 24th Board of Directors meeting. During that, and I haven't prepared another background presentation. I'm assuming we're all still up to speed on what we're talking about here. So if we have any questions, please feel free to ask. But during that board meeting, the board asked for several specific items to be addressed during a future board meeting regarding the proposal to provide hydroelectric operation service to South Sutter Water District. I generally, yeah.
Is your computer? That's all right. Yeah, you want that muted. You're good.
All right. So the board gave 4 specific groups of direction that they wanted staff to look into before moving forward with this, potentially moving forward with this deal. They asked that staff calculate revised hourly rates to provide increased contributions to NID reserves. They asked to generate a transaction cost to ensure costs associated with the work to enter into the agreement are covered. They asked us to develop a cost to SSWD to compensate for the knowledge and expertise possessed by hydroelectric department staff. And then there were a couple of miscellaneous items that the board asked staff to revise. My thought here is that we kind of talk through each one of those 4 individually, as opposed to me just giving you a presentation on all of them and then going back for questions. So I'm seeing heads nodding, so that's what I'll go ahead and do here. So the first general category was the hourly rates. Thank you. The first category was the hourly rates. So what I've done here in Table 1 is provided potential hourly rates that we could charge South Sutter Water District with various markups in them. So what that means is that on top of the salary, the benefits, the overhead, and the normal contribution to reserves that a hydroelectric department employee generates, I've added 10% to the top of that, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50% to give the board an idea of where those various rates shake out. I've also added a column onto the end of the table here that shows some comparable billing rates based on what we've seen in the industry out there. We don't. It's very difficult to put an hourly rate on an operator. People generally don't contract out their operations and maintenance sort of staff. So what I've done here is tried to give you what we're seeing for some of the jobs that we contract out, and these are based on proposals that we've gotten. So with that, I'll ask: are there any questions? Does the board have a feel for which rates look right? Where are we, or did I miss the number here?
So in negotiations, we start with a 50% and then we work down, right?
That's up to you.
That's why we're here.
I'm being facetious, of course.
That's what we need your direction on.
Try to keep it light, right? So, yeah, I don't have a question about that. It's like, do we pick one someday? Is that what we do? One of the columns.
Well, I really appreciate having a comparable billing rate in there. That's an important number to do a
Very much.
check.
Yeah. Yep. It also affirms what we we're close, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
any questions for Ken on that?
Well, are you asking for our preference?
I think yes.
Table.
Right. So yeah. Do we want to?
So you want to go one by one?
Maybe do you want to go through the whole thing? Or
we can do that as well.
Why don't we just go through the whole thing? Then you see the whole.
Then it's a cost.
Then you guys see the whole package. Yeah, you see the whole package.
Yeah.
Okay.
But know throughout that this is going to be uniform of 10% above our costs, 20. So we gave you all these.
Right.
Put all these costs.
Okay.
We have to have some rationale. We need to figure out what our rationale is. And as you mentioned, it's highly unusual to hire out our operators. Still a little uncomfortable.
All right. So the second category that the board asked us to review was the transaction cost. And so what I did in order to come up with this transaction cost is I estimated the amount of time that various staff members, legal counsel, and everyone involved in this transaction will spend prior to completing the actual transaction. So with that, you'll see that that cost is dependent on how much we want to mark up the staff salary. And so I've given you a number here. Again, this is 10% above all of our costs and our normal contribution through 50% above our normal cost and contribution. The third cost was the monthly fee. At the previous board meeting, the board said that the fee was too low for the
Standby? Right.
for what we were providing. So what I did is I broke this up into 3 different general categories. So first of all, there's a standby fee, there's an invoice fee, and an employee access fee. The standby fee portion of that is essentially how much it's going to cost for us to have a person on call 24/7, 365, that they can pick up the phone, we will answer, we will respond to their powerhouse. So this is the easier one to put together. Right now, the district pays $76.95 per day for an operator that is on call. So that is what we pay them to sit home all night, sit by their phone, and wait for that phone to ring. So what I did is I took that number, I multiplied it by an average number of days in the month, and then I divided it by 8, assuming that we have 7 powerhouses, South Sutter has 1, they should pick up an 1/8 of that cost.
Do these hourlies also represent, our benefit costs? So, you know, it's like someone gets $100 an hour, but there's a 35 or 40% benefit.
Yeah, all of the hourly rates include labor, include the actual salary, they include the benefits, they include the overhead.
Taxes, overhead, all that?
It's an all-in number that Marvin helped us pull together.
Again, correct me if I'm wrong, this standby fee, which is a dollar amount per day, that's different than in addition to their rate.
That's in addition to the salary rate. Yeah.
And I have a question on table 2, the potential transaction costs based on reserve contribution. On table 1, we include reserve contributions in table 1, and so are we doing reserve contributions twice? Are we calculating a reserve contribution in the hourly rate and then tacking on a reserve contribution on top of that reserve contribution? Is that what table 2 is?
So table 2 is based on an estimated number of hours that we're going to work. To close this deal. It's not an arbitrary number. I estimated, I went through and said that, you know, a machinist is expected to spend 8 hours shadowing SMUD. The cost of that is X dollars. An electech is expected to spend whatever the number was to shadowing SMUD. I'm expected to spend a certain amount of time pulling this deal together. I've included legal costs for Manasian, an estimated number of hours that they're going to work on this to close this deal.
So is this rate per month or per year or per what?
Table 2 is a one-time closing cost.
Oh, this is a closing, like a loan closing.
Just to get to the deal.
The transaction cost.
It's the transaction cost.
Right. Yeah, that's what I called it. I don't know what it.
One-time fee.
One-time fee.
Yeah.
This represents our cost.
That was new to me too.
This was Director Heck's.
Real estate thing.
This was Director Heck's insertion of this process last.
I think, yeah, that's right. And it comes out of commercial real estate stuff. You have to pay your transaction fee. I mean, you know, you pay your due diligence. It's expensive to do due diligence.
Yes.
Okay, so moving on, that the second component of the monthly fee. So this is a monthly fee. Every month that they are in this deal with us, we will charge them a dollar amount per month. I went through and I estimated how much it's going to cost us to invoice them every month. I assumed that it's going to take about an hour of person in customer service to create this bill. They're going to have to add all the numbers, pull all these codes. And then it's going to take about a half an hour of my time to review that, to make sure everything's included, and then we'll ship that down. That works out to about $220 a month to prepare the invoice. The employee access fee is where it gets a bit gray, and it was, in all honesty, a whole lot harder for me to come up with a number for this one. So what I did is I broke that into three components. I broke that into a training fee, an overhead fee, and a knowledge fee. The training fee is essentially I took all of the 2021 budget for training for the hydroelectric department. I added that up, and then I broke that up on essentially a per hour worked basis. So if each employee has 2,080 hours a year that they can work. There are 30 some odd employees in the department right now. I divided that all out. South Sutter said that they want 32 hours per month of our time. So I multiplied that through and came up with a charge of $52.11 monthly. That's what it costs to train the employees. That's their portion of our ongoing training. With that, the next portion of that is the overhead. So what I did here is I took the labor and the cost of the labor and materials charges to the hydroelectric field office, which is the building over in Hydro that we all work out of. This is our propane. This is what it costs to keep the lights on over there and keep the place heated and just keep us going. I again broke that out to 0.6% of the total cost per year, which is what the 32 hours a month that South Sutter is looking for. And that works out to $86.29 a month for their portion of that fee. And then the knowledge fee is where it gets gray, and this was an attempt to quantify the value that we're bringing down.
Right, it's like Goodwill when you buy a restaurant, right?
Yeah. So what I did is that I took the total revenue, the 2020 revenue that the department earns. I averaged that out so I could get it on a per powerhouse basis. And then I multiplied that number by the 0.6%, and that works out to about $1,600 a month. When you add all of that together, the total monthly contribution, the total monthly fee is about $2,200 a month. It's $2,254.06. So that number is the sum of all of those different categories.
So that's the number that we said needs to go up.
You had it at 500.
Right. So
essentially, what I had done last time is I had taken that standby fee. I took the exact number, which was $292.57 a month, in the invoice fee, and that's roughly where the $500 a month came from last time. So now we've attempted to add all of the other items in.
So, also last time, if we had a day or two to respond if we were somewhere else, but now South Sutter is saying they want someone 24/7. No, 32 hours a month.
We're still at 32 hours a month.
But if we're busy somewhere else with a disaster, we don't have to get down to them right away.
We haven't changed that term. What we said is that if the phone rings in the middle of the night, we'll answer it.
Yeah.
And that's.
If we can do something, we'll do it, and if we can't.
Exactly.
We have to give them some time.
Yep.
So how do you feel? They feel comfortable? You haven't run this numbers by them.
They've seen the staff report. I don't have any feedback from them at this point, though.
Before you think, 2250 sounds a lot more reasonable than 500.
Yes, I like that.
I like the number, and you have good backup.
Yes, you have justification. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's a reasonable number.
It's not a lot.
It's still not a lot
for what they're getting.
Yeah.
And I think they'll appreciate that.
I hope so.
Yeah. But that's just these other fees. That wasn't the hourly rate of the individual.
This is the monthly rate.
This is the monthly rate.
$54,000 over the 2-year contract period for that.
So maybe let's finish towards, we're almost
there, okay.
And so then there were some specific language in the term sheet that the directors identified questions with. There was a markup on subcontracted services. It was at 10%. I've reduced that to 5%. That's consistent with what the district allows in all of our contracts. It's our standard contract term is 5%. let's see, there was a question about whether or not travel time was included, so I've revised the language to make it clear that if it is, you're paying us for everything. If we leave to come down and visit, then that's included in the cost. And then there was a concern, there was a cap on the amount that the hourly rates could increase, and so I've removed that language. Basically, they're going to pay what it costs, and if our costs go up by 20%, then their costs are going to go up by 20%. So with that, I've tried to estimate what the annual revenue from this operations would be, and that's what's shown in Table 3 here. And as you can see, that's highly dependent on how much the reserve contribution is. And so if the labor rates are 10% above, then you're looking at this $79,000 number. If the labor rates are 50% above, then you're looking at this $91,000 number. And this, again, is based on, they've said that they want about 32 hours a month. And so that's what I'm estimating this based on. If they need more help, it'll be higher. If they need less help, it'll be lower. But that's the best number we have right now. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Director Hall.
Does the calculation reflect district overhead? So Hydro's portion of covering administrative costs of the district?
Yes, so that's rolled into that hourly number. Marvin has calculated for IT usage, HR usage, all of those things that Hydro uses that are district-wide resources.
Okay. And the knowledge fee, that's the one that I think is, it's like goodwill. Mm-hmm. It's really not a calculable figure. It's more how an organization, in this case, would assess that value. So I think you did a great job kind of flushing out the methodology, and I think that I think it's well done. So the only point I would suggest is that on page 2 of the term sheet, where it says at the top, the second bullet says rates will be escalated annually. I'd put, just add the word actual increased labor and benefits costs. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, and I did want to comment too. I think that formal training is one aspect of an organization's training program, but the majority of training takes place peer-to-peer and supervisor to staff, and that's hard to calculate as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I struggled with this a lot.
Yeah, but you took the numbers that you had, and I think you did a good job with that.
Rick Peters.
I agree. I appreciate the expanded, so we understand the methodology you pursued, and that's wonderful. On the potential, Table 3, potential annual revenue, is this the revenue from the fixed cost, or did you estimate which of these job classifications would comprise those 32 hours a month?
Yeah, so this is the fixed cost is not included in this table at all. So year 1 revenues will be higher by that fixed cost amount. What it includes is the monthly fee multiplied by 12 months, and then I have assumed which job classes will be down there. So I've taken the salary for an operator. I've assumed it's a operator 2, step 5. Multiplied that out by the 16 hours a month, and then I've taken I split the time between a machinist and elect tech, and multiplied that out at the 16 hours a month. So.
Okay. And a question for Dustin, just to make sure that, we're public servants, and our ratepayers and taxpayers are paying for our staff to service our facilities. And so there's no conflict with us consulting our services out to another district?
constitutional limitation on the rate that you can charge. This is outside that, the provisions of Proposition 218. So it's really more of an arm's length, what's the market compare. You know, as we've discussed in the past, there's this neighborly component. There's potential upsides to NID that we discussed as well. So it's more of a really truly what does the board want to request in terms of what's fair here in light of all of these circumstances.
Because I want to be fair, we're not in the money-making business, but we just need to ensure that our customer base is not subsidizing something they didn't sign up for. That's my biggest concern.
Right.
And so in theory, I'm fine with it, but I don't know how we're going to decide
which profit level
we're going to land on. So I welcome a discussion about
Ricky
that.
will help us with that one. Do you have a crystal ball on that one?
Yeah. I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, thinking about insurance. So we get the call, one of our folks takes off in their car and they get in a car wreck. They're workers' comp, right? They're on the job. Whose insurance covers them?
That would be our workers' comp.
It would be our workers' comp. Okay. So then, did you take a workers' comp factor on these salaries so that we make sure that, you know, we're being compensated for the insurance?
I believe so.
The premiums, right? I could speak to it.
Yeah. Thank you.
The workers' comp, premium that we pay for each employee is part of the benefits. So each employee's salary, there's a certain percentage.
Right, like 35%.
Given their class code.
Uh-huh.
So that's inside that salary number.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is. So it's covered.
That's how I do it.
Okay, yeah, and then with regard to if we have the trip and fall and they've got some negligent situation down there, what happens?
I would imagine we will have a contract term. It's not in the term sheet because we have yet to.
Sure.
Assuming, once you get to term sheet agreement, which is tentative, then you start focusing on the agreement. So this is more of an agreement issue, but I would think we would include a clause that would require just compliance with OSHA standards and safe working environment, those types of things. And to the extent there wasn't, you know, a light falls from the ceiling, injures our staff person, they would then be responsible for that, but it would be under a contract term, not under some separate workman's comp policy or something like that that we would carry.
And the same would be true for, I mean, my head goes to like liability insurance, and naming us as additional insured. Is there any way in which we would require them to have a separate policy naming NID as additionally insured?
I think we would do that, and that's, I believe they're a JPIA contractor, which I have some familiarity with that, Aqua JPIA. And it's a very easy process with JPIA.
We've got that in the term.
Yeah, and our insurance company has asked to review any contract before we sign it and put in terms. They've given, there's two sections of the term sheet here, the limitation of NID's liability and the insurance and indemnity sections that they have said these will be included as you move forward. So they are aware of this, our insurance is. So.
Well, and thank you. You've done a great job. And figuring out transaction costs and attorney's fees and percentages, that wasn't an easy task. It was really necessary. And so then when you go forward, if there's other acquisitional kinds of things where we have opportunities, it's important to consider those other costs because they really make a difference in your bottom line, right? So it's cool that you did it.
Yeah.
So thank you. I'm done.
Director Johansson.
So I'm happy with the monthly $22.50 and even the 10% above. I think that shows, I mean, it'd be nice to get 20 or 30%, but 10% establishes a nice working relationship with them and shows that we're not trying to gouge them, just trying to make sure we're covering our costs.
Director Peters.
Sorry. On the hourly rate, I see that assistant engineer, I know how overworked our assistant engineer is, And looking at these ones that we did have comparable billing rates for, as you said, these were ones that are typically contracted out, which is not unusual. From our prior discussions, it seems as though these are positions that they've implied that they're not going to be utilizing. Is that correct?
That's correct. At this point, they've said they want operations and maintenance staff. They don't have the interest in our admin staff, our project management staff. I've included them in the table and would intend to include them in the contract just in case. I anticipate that there's going to be. I anticipate they'll need our compliance staff. I think that once they kind of wade into the CAL-ISO world and the NERC world, that they're going to have some questions that we're going to have to answer and point them in that direction. So I've included everyone in the department in the schedule.
Yeah, that sounds like scope creep to me.
Well, again,
Scope creep, that's a good, I haven't heard that one.
Again, we have the opportunity to say no, and I think that's really the key. If we have the bandwidth, great. If we don't, right now, our compliance administrator resigned from the district, and so we have zero bandwidth in the compliance side of the house. So I would say if they called today, I'd say no. If we were, someday maybe we'll be between fire drills and we can help them out.
That's what concerns me, is that some of these are critical staff that that do have comparable billing rates. And so just an idea, and I'm not sure about it, but maybe on these particular positions that are critical to us and that are typically they could contract out themselves, we should maybe increase those rates a little bit to make it a little more that they really want us. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. It's just that it's I don't want to have our assistant engineer work. Given the workload they have, I don't want them offered up for much cheaper than market rate, where they could come to us and when really they should be getting their own engineer.
But Kean has the opportunity to say no at any time to other than the scope of work they've contracted for. And if it goes beyond that, and you don't, like you said, if you don't have the bandwidth, he says no.
Even on these other.
Oh, absolutely. That applies on all of the positions. That applies, across the board.
I guess I see things maybe a little differently. I think that I still think that the value of what you bring to them is really hard to measure. I think you've done a great job putting numbers where you could. The knowledge fee and the skill of the workforce that you lead, I think, is really hard to quantify. And I don't necessarily feel that the reserve contribution rate should be much higher than 10, maybe 15 or 20%. But kind of the way I think, I think they should pay $85,000 a year around there. That's 30%. I think the knowledge fee is understated for what the value of what you're bringing. And so rather than do it the way you've done it, I would say, okay, that knowledge fee is really higher, has greater value. And it's not meant to be, I don't know, like a shark tank here, but we really have great strengths in this area, and it's, you're providing a unique opportunity to them, and you can bet your butt they pay a boatload more than $85,000 to get your services. So I could stand on that number with pride and not feel I was gouging them, and give a little bit more recognition to what you've built and what your team does and the value that has.
Well said.
Very well. Here. Yeah.
Director Hull, are you kind of backing in then to the 85,000 figure rather than going to the 30%? You'd say we're going to be at 10%, but we're not going to increase the monthly fee to kind of arrive at the.
Yep.
And if we go forward with this, which is, I think we probably will,
hopefully you'll report back regularly and let us know the status of how it's progressed.
I think it'd be one of the metrics on the monthly report that,
Yes.
so, yeah.
Okay. You're looking for action at this point on this subject?
So I'm looking for direction.
Direction,
We'll need to
not
go
action.
back.
Our action
and-
is your direction.
The next action, I would assume, would be approval of the contract, unless you'd like to see otherwise. But I need to know,
You need approval of the term sheet?
Term sheet.
well,
Or contract, you said contract.
once,
Yeah.
The way I envision it, correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but you provide direction, we then populate the term sheet,
Right,
say, here you go, this is what our board has said.
yes.
They either say yes or no.
Yeah.
If they say no, that's the end of the matter. If they say yes, then we transition to agreement,
Right.
and we don't come back with a deliverable until we have an agreement that says, okay, this
I would
is,
think that's how you would do it.
yeah.
We're not approving a contract at this moment. We're approving the terms that have to go into the term
We're talking
sheet.
about the terms.
Yeah, this is a non-binding, I'm trying to use your lingo.
Letter of intent.
Letter of intent.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. Karen, would you like to make that in the form of a motion?
Sure, I'll give it a try.
Are we ready for a motion?
I am.
yeah, do we need a
Okay.
motion, or is it?
Yeah, do the motion. Okay.
All right,
I'm
okay.
parliamentary, everything's a motion for my
All
book.
right.
There we go.
All right, so I make a,
What's that?
public comment?
No, you can make the motion.
All right. I'm making a motion to accept Kian's very well done, oh, here. South Sutter Water District and Hydroelectric support term sheet as modified by our suggestion with a $85,000 annual cost, increasing the knowledge fee and keeping the reserve contribution at 10%.
Good job.
Well done.
Would somebody like to second that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any further discussion by the board? We will go to public comment. Diana has her hand raised. Diana, do you want to comment? Is this, your last name, please? *6 to unmute your phone.
Sorry, it must have been a mistake. I apologize.
Okay. Apology accepted. All right. Anybody else like to comment on term sheet proposal for South Sutter Water District for hydroelectric services? Okay, Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 2.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Ian.
you, nice work.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
Beautiful job on
Yes,
the
you did.
homework. That was, I know how tough those things are to do. I have to think of it. Okay, next. Quarterly budget versus actual and reserve report. Marvin, good afternoon, Marvin and Debbie.
Good afternoon, board, members of the public, and staff. This particular item, staff is bringing back the annual budget versus actual report. And the reason why we're bringing it back is the report is very important in terms of the unrestricted cash balance that will be used to forecast in the 5-year model. So as a result of that, the general manager asked us to do somewhat of an internal audit to be very confident of that figure. That figure we're referring to is on page 3 of your report. And I've brought in the controller as well, because there's a few accounting things that are kind of happening. We won't get too far into the gap, but it's good for you to kind of understand a little bit of what's happening. The figure in this report on page 3, the initial report that you saw was the $18.4 million figure. This is where it was the year-to-date unaudited available for the water fund. So when you look down the left side of your report, underneath the CAD section, the first report you saw was about $18.4 million. figure. This is 14 before. Obviously, there's a $4 million difference. That figure is important because that 14.4 million is what we're going to use when we forecast rates to determine how much or how little rates to add. So that figure is important because that figure is going to drive the model. So Greg wanted us to make sure we kind of took a more detailed look. What we have going on is the biggest thing that is causing the fluctuation is the capital project of Combi. So if you look at page 5 of your report, the operating income is the same in this report, 6.1 million, as it was in the prior report. So the operating income is the same, it didn't change. What changed was the non-operating income. So if you see the operating income, 6.176 million, right, for the water fund, that figure didn't change. What changed was the non-operating income going down significantly. And the biggest change, and the reason why that changed is on page, and I'll have you turn over there. Turn over to page 29. And you go, and I will direct you down to the 52915 and project 6746. And you see that additional entry where it says prior years for project 6746. It says prior years of 4.3 million, right? What we're saying is this. The Combi project has spanned from 2016 and is still ongoing. In fact, you see that we still have 4.1 million in encumbrances, even though we're out of bond money. So the project is still going on. So as a result of that, in the accounting world, Debbie can weigh in if she wants to, in the accounting world, as we are doing projects, costs are accumulating, where it's labor, materials, legal, whatever, everything is accumulating in that project. And so we're expensing that expense every year to make sure we're in line with budget. But in the accounting world, at the end of the year, we take that expense, we put it up to the balance sheet called construction in progress. It's no longer cash. So at first it's sitting in a cash bucket, restricted, and then depending upon how we expense it, we move it up and we move some. What Debbie and I we're doing this for this project, and the next time we have an issue of debt, we're gonna do a little bit different. We have our operating fund, Fund 10. Right now, we're doing all of the projects out of Fund 10. And that's fine because property taxes is kind of supporting it. They're all in Fund 10. This is unique. This project was supported by bond money, but we were still running it out of Fund 10, having to pay Fund 10 back. Next time we issue debt, we're going to have a capital project fund so that we will have the money going into the capital project fund, and when we actually do the project, right, we're going to charge the project directly. It's not going to be any paying back. So as a result of the payback over 5 or 6 years, transfers in and out, running all over the place, things got a little, perhaps a little disjointed. Because this file here, my Excel file, it's a download from the actual accounting system. And so a lot is happening in the accounting system. It's an older system, but a lot is happening. So, but to make a long story short, Debbie and I reviewed it, and we feel confident that the 14.4 is the proper number to put into the forecast, not the 18.4. Now, having said that, once the project is finished completely, there is an external audit that happened with the project to see if the...
Just specific to the project?
Yes.
Okay.
They audited the project to see if the restricted fund money was used appropriately. Mm-hmm. And so every year, Greg and I, the general manager and I, we download the expenses associated with the project, and we do a requisition. So we requisition from the bond money and pay back Fund 10. And so as a result of that, I think we did like 7 requisitions over the course of the 6 years. So it's accounting for the capital project. You know, we're just going to use a different approach next time. But other than that, Debbie and I spent the weekend, and we actually talked a little bit the weekend in terms of the right figure to go with, the 14.4. Of course, it's unaudited.
And Marvin, can I ask just a quick question on this? So when we presented February 24th, December 31st year end, you reported an 18.8 million unavailable cash restricted. We're saying now that is more like 14.4. The forecasted 2020 year end number, which we've been utilizing in the 5-year forecast model, has been less than both of these numbers, correct?
Yes. Yes, it has been. One of the things that was causing that, one of the things that was causing that to be less, the unrestricted money and the bond money, unrestricted monies, I was assuming that the unrestricted monies would pay back Fund 10 and they were covered the encumbrances. But because we've had 26, 27 million in transfer ins over the last 2 years, and we only spent $5 million in property taxes this year, some of the numbers were big, and so as a result of that, the forecast was off to that amount. That's what I was pointing out to Greg. So it's not to make an excuse, but the complexity that we're using to forecast should be kind of handled in our accounting system, but it's not. It's handled outside of the system. So as a result of that, it's not equal. But one thing I can say for certain is this: we are certain at this point that the unrestricted monies in the bond fund, we issue bonds for about $24.5 million. We made about $1 million in investment income. The project has enough expenses to consume that. Project has over $25 million now, and even another $4 in encumbrance. So I'm confident that none of that money is restricted. It's all unrestricted.
We're going to be so as a leapfrog to this, we're going to be talking to the rates committee on the 7th of April regarding this new dollar number that's the unrestricted bottom line of 14.4. And we started from that 5-year model as opposed to what it's been. I believe it was like
about 8. It's about 8 or so.
Yeah. Wanted to shore this up and bring this back and correct it now.
So this is good news.
This is very good. This is good.
It's finally got it.
Yeah.
We went from 18 to 14. That's not good news.
That's why I wanted to validate. It was lower than both of these numbers.
Right. Okay. So it's good news.
Forecast. That's good news. Now, what both Debbie and Marvin have put in the hard work, and I asked them to recalc and go back through to make sure we're looking at the right number. It will eventually be audited. Right? It's not audited yet, but we're still going to utilize this, and we feel very comfortable that this is our true cash balance at the end of 2020.
Yeah. Good. Very good. Director Peters.
I'm still really confused, but that's okay.
Join the club.
I guess the short story, I know you said it was because it was big numbers. I don't know, what does big numbers mean that would be $4 million less? But my question, and I don't even, it's not really necessary. I trust that it's all straightened out, I guess. But is it essentially because we were passing all the money through the water fund rather than having a dedicated bond fund, that there was some expenses or something that we didn't account for, and then we just came back and realized that these were actually attributed to the project? Is that, I mean, I'm trying to simplify my head.
Your overall understanding is correct. We should have been using a dedicated bond fund to do the capital project. So when you do a capital project, you have all the bond money in that project. And as you're doing the project, you're charging the project directly. You're not doing it out of Fund 10, then have to accumulate it all, then have to bring it down and pay this fund back over a 5 or 6 year period. So essentially, when Debbie and I were looking at it, we did the audit. We laid out everything from 2016 to receiving the money all the way to this one. And there was a couple of journal entries that we moved money. There was a couple of journal entries where we were moving money, but the journal entry didn't follow. And then we made it up. So there is some of that, but overall, next time we issue debt, we're gonna have a dedicated, capital project fund.
And also in that 2016 bond, there was $3.5 million for Centennial, and there was $1.5 million, which I understand was put into this combi project. So we don't have the same issue with that $3.5 million we spent on the Centennial planning.
No, this is, the Centennial money was money to be used from the bond proceeds. So the bond proceeds authorized us to use 3 from Centennial, 1.3 for mitigation purposes, that Ram and I later got the authority to use for combi, and then combi was authorized to use the balance. Over the course of the 6 years, we gained about $1 million in investments. All of that went to combi, not Centennial. And so as a result of that, all of the money has been used among those 2 projects. And we still have about $4 million for the project. So we are fairly certain that we shouldn't have any restricted money left for the bond money.
So we won't have any, so we're gonna spend every dime of bond money on.
We've already spent it. We've already spent it. And that's what.
And then how do we?
No, the project can still be done. Remember when the engineers, when we issue debt, it's an estimate of the project. So they're estimating what the project's gonna be, and therefore we go for the bonds for that estimate. We get into the ground, start digging into the ground, lo and behold.
Rocks.
So it's always an estimate when you issue debt.
So when you're saying we're finished with the spending, we're finished with the bond spending, we're still spending some property tax or some other money.
We
have to come up with the $4 million, right?
Well, it's covered by property taxes.
Well, I mean, but it's amount we have to budget to finish the project.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we're $4 million over budget on the project.
No, not over budget. We're just outside of the bond money, not over budget. Because the overall project itself is budgeted. It's just that the funding now, a portion of the project was funded from bonds, and now a portion is gonna be funded from property tax.
But initially, it was 100% gonna be funded from bonds.
Yes, that was the best estimate they had.
That's what I meant.
And it was 6 years ago.
6 years ago, yeah.
6 years ago. Why was gone up 80% or something?
No, I think I get it.
No, you got it.
Teasing it out.
So it's good news, and I'm comfortable now that we can bring these numbers to the rate committee, utilizing this additional year-end balance, that's greater than what we anticipated when we've been looking at the 5-year package. So just to forecast, on the 7th, that's when the rate committee is. On the 14th, we anticipate bringing that package to the board as a workshop and take a look at that. So that's the next meeting.
And the bottom line is, we thought we had $8 million, we would be gonna have $8 million.
$8 million cash, now we're at 14.
And now we're at 14,
There
we
you go.
had $6 million more than we thought.
$6 million more.
Marvin, isn't it a bond covenant that we must keep those funds in its own separate account?
They are.
I'm surprised to learn we could put it in the 10 fund and, do this back and forth.
But even in the 10 fund, it has a separate general ledger account.
Understood.
But as bond money goes, the money is in a separate bank account, but it's segregated in the GL. What we're going to do unique next time is that it's going to actually have its own fund, not general ledger account.
Right.
So even though it's segregated, it has its own account, but it's a little cumbersome when it doesn't have its own fund. So we're going to have its own fund next time. We issue a check to the contractor, we will charge that fund. So, not charge that account. So it's just segregation, but I think we're confident that none of it should be restricted at this point. It's all unrestricted.
I have just another question on your page 1 of this, where you have the narrative. I was fascinated by where you said water revenues are 95.3% of budget compared to 65%. This is on the revenue side for the prior fiscal year, and so I wanted to ask what you attribute that to. It's in the
the analysis.
No, that's non-operating.
Yeah, the non-operating water revenue. It's on page 1, section.
Oh, yeah.
That could have to do with grants.
Yeah, it looked like that's kind of grants kind of driving it.
Budgeted, capacity fees.
So let's look at page
That's not water.
Go to page,
Water revenue.
It's water revenue.
yeah, it's water revenue.
Yeah.
Go to
So-
page,
Water sales.
That's what I meant, not.
go to page 5. And on page 5 at the bottom, you see that 95% and then the 65?
Hey, wait, I don't think I.
At the very
So
bottom.
at the very bottom.
Yes. Oh, yeah, 96.7 and 65, yes.
Yes. So the property taxes is not causing the variance because you can see both property taxes are pretty much on point.
Mm-hmm.
Then you look at the grants. So you can see the grants really has a lot to do with the variance.
Mm-hmm.
We received about 4.2 million in grant last year. This year about 158. Now the biggest driver, also too, look at the bonds.
Yes.
Transferring bonds 10.5, and then last year we only transferred 2.2, and
Right.
that's what
Part of
we're.
the problem with not having it in its own special account, right?
It's fun. Got an account, but
No,
it's
I know,
fun.
but in
Yeah.
the head, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, but yeah, that kind of threw us off a little bit.
Yeah, it threw me off
Yeah.
too, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Oh, yes, good. Director Hunt.
On that cover sheet, it says that the district has 219 budgeted FTEs and finished the year at 85.7% of its labor budget. Does that mean that we actually have more like 188 FTE in filled positions? I mean, I just calculated 219 times 85.7 and came up with about 188. But I was wondering,
I think we had we finished the year, I think we're about 212, 13 actual FTEs, but they're all loaded in the budget. So as long as, if you don't have unfilled positions, or if you have people who leave and others come in less and they're not filled, a big driver was the GM, the big 4 positions, the engineering manager, maintenance manager. These people left, and we're kind of saving money now because,
Yeah, those positions are an FTE in the budget.
Yeah.
Full-time, but they're not filled.
right,
Yeah.
got it, unfilled
Yeah,
positions.
and you pay less in PERS and everything, because when they leave, they leave.
Right.
So we're able to get quite a bit of savings this year. Can't anticipate that in your model. So when we do 5-year forecast, you can't anticipate that.
Sure.
You gotta anticipate you're gonna need them.
Fully staffed.
Yeah.
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 And then, is the assumption correct that we have no more bond money available in the water fund? We've expensed it all?
That's right.
Okay.
That is correct.
And so, not now, but when we have our meeting on the 14th, could we talk about how we'll fund the CIP? And because that has a lot of projects identified that don't have bond funding on the water side. And so I'd like to understand the district strategy around the funding for the CIP is bottom line.
George, that's a good point. The 5-year forecast, as we tie into it, it'll give funding that can be available to support certain levels of projects. So when we do the 5-year forecast, what we do is we show how much leverage the district can take and still be within its covenant. So we'll get into all of that and see how much leverage the district can take more leverage.
We're showing some bond capacity in like 2024, 25, and then there were some projects enveloped in that, but then you're referring to capital projects, so taxes then?
Well, in the CIP, I think the total dollars for that plan is like $125 million. And some of it includes some hydro that is funded through the Bond Act in 2023, 24. But then there's a whole boatload of stuff that's question marks.
Sure.
And when we issue that bond, as I see it, the bond issuance in 2023, 24, our debt service coverage ratio really drops.
Yes,
and
it does.
so want to really understand the projects. It kind of goes back to a point Laura made earlier about criticality of projects and how we're evaluating that, and anyway, so
No,
that's a longer conversation.
No,
Yeah. no,
makes
that's
perfect
great.
sense. That's why when that 5-year forecast comes before the board, it is critical. You understand all of the moving parts.
So I'll hold my other questions until. But thank you for taking the time for the explanation, and, sometimes I feel like it would be helpful to actually have a sheet of paper where you guys have, like is it the 10 cents? Whatever that,
Yeah,
the 1
5
cent.
cents, yeah.
And then just showing how things went in, went out, and back around, and it's not, it's to make it more, comprehensible for the person who's uninformed, like me.
And me.
This is
Okay.
just a,
Informational,
receive and file.
information, receive and file.
Yeah, so we can get it in the books.
Okay.
We need a motion.
Oh, we need a motion to receive and file, yes.
Parliamentary procedure, sir.
Motion to receive and file.
I'm having a nap over here. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any, public discussion, any public comment on this item? To receive and file the good news about the $6 million. Seeing none, is there any further board discussion? Madam Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you, Marvin. Thank you, Debbie.
Yes.
Good job.
Don't go too far.
Yes,
Okay, Marvin, you can go, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna go work on the audit.
She's gonna go work on the
Debbie's deep in the audit now.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Debbie.
Next is the warrants.
Okay, board, these are the warrant reports. Our project and facilities report, investment report. There's not a whole lot to point out, at this point, this early in the year.
No question.
Things seem to be moving along.
Coach Peters had a series of questions that she sent, and I'm sorry, I just didn't get a chance to look.
They were simple, they were mostly just questions on, there was a couple of projects I think were entered, there was 2 project numbers. So if you want, I can answer, they're pretty simple.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
They're both on the project and facilities pages. Let me get to it. On page 3 of 10 of the project and facilities balances, they're about 1/3 of the way down, there was a project number 2499, and then about 2/3 of the way down, there was 2538. Oh, wow. And I think those are the same project. I don't know why there's 2 and so.
They're not, we do have 2, project numbers for these. Would have to get back to you. They're not. One had to do with, well, it says here, dispute, some, potential, litigation. The other was literally, go move this box and actually do the work.
Okay.
So one had to do with a little more
Interesting, okay, that's fine.
activity.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the same. That was
Yeah,
my
no.
question, is it the same or
Nope.
not?
No,
Okay,
we
that's
created 2 different, project numbers for that.
That's fine. So that was my first, I was just curious about that. And then the next one was on page 4 and page 6. On page 4, the project 6746 on the bypass. There's 1.355 million year-to-date so far, and that's the construction, I think. And this is along the same line. And then on page 6, it's toward the bottom, there's 10411, Combi Phase 1, and then there's only $1,000 in that. So is that the same, or is that different projects as well?
These are different projects.
Both Combi?
Yeah, I think the 10-4, and Doug can speak a little bit more. The 10411 refers to the underlying infrastructure, and then the Combi is the improvement on the infrastructure. So right now for Combi, we're piping a portion of the canal.
Yeah.
So that's different than when you're actually doing something to the canal that is currently existing. So like, you know what I mean?
I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah. It's
I think Marvin's
and that's why.
down the right road. That's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I'll ask.
Yeah.
So those are my 2.
But they're definitely 2 different ones.
Okay, I just wondered, because I see they have such similar names, and I was just wondering,
Mm-hmm.
are
Sure.
duplicative or what? And then I was wondering, you had mentioned in March that we would perhaps get the final year-end expenses for 2020, after everything's reconciled. Is that still coming?
That can still come. We can bring it back. Because even now, this December report that you're looking at, there's still expenses coming in. And at the end of March, around April, we're gonna push some of the expenses that we're paying now, we're gonna push it back to the March report. So we can bring it back after we do that.
So I would like to have the final.
The final.
Final, this is what we spent in 2020, so. Thank you.
So Marvin, can I ask kind of a related question? It's kind of unrelated, but, earlier, we received informational updates from the different units, and in the recreation area, I noticed that on the Scotts Flat campground, that there was a project which was a real team effort with involving hydro and maintenance and engineering and the rec department. And I'm wondering, in instances like that, where one department is providing labor in support of another, how do we reimburse how do we charge rec for the services of, so in other words, do the cost of those other departmental services get recorded under the expense structure of rec?
That's a good question. Right now, the way it works is that the recreational systems are in Fund 10. The water systems are in Fund 10. So they're actually in Fund 10. So when water does something on the rec water systems, it's actually getting charged to Fund 10. When hydro does something, hydro's supposed to be charging the project code. So for instance, when you look at the rec facilities, they start with a 3. They start with number 3. Those are reservoir related. So if hydro is doing something big there, it's supposed to be charging the rec, but the reservoir work is underneath hydro. So hydro shouldn't be doing a whole lot on recreation facilities. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be doing it. Now water can work on the rec sewer system. So the sewer system, the recreational sewer system, it's an area where hydro is paying $315,000. It's transferring in $315,000 every year in the budget. So that amount of money we're kind of considering is covering all the work that is happening. So like hydro transfers $315,000 a year for rec sewer systems and stuff. So when that work is done by water, we're considering that amount to cover it. We're considering that. At some point, what we'll probably do is segregate it a little clearer. We'll segregate it a little clearer. But we do know that hydro is transferring $315,000 every year, and water is doing work through the sewer systems,
Right.
So,
But,
water systems, so.
Director Hall, I think that's part of the answer, but there's also, if you recall, we do have this shared resources tabulation that Marvin and his team has put together, and it really helps explain, although water employees, operations and maintenance mostly, are putting some of their time into a project happening at a rec facility.
Right.
Right? I think you're referring to this boat launch, and there was a shoring up of a retaining wall.
Right.
A lot of effort went into that, some engineering work, some maintenance time, but as we look at overall, so that time is being charged to a particular facility, which is then rec, but they're getting paid out of the water fund, right? Those staff dollars.
Yeah.
Over time, when we do come to the full board and show this resource sharing document that we've put together, it tries to help explain how much investment is getting reimbursed to the water fund through both hydro and the rec facilities, based on interest from investments and, Marvin, help me, what else is there?
There's overhead too. So right now, the water fund provides all of the overhead for rec and hydro, administration, stuff like that. So that's a shared resource that the recreation fund is receiving from the water fund. but recreation doesn't have any money to pay that back. There's also a shared resource in the water system of recreation. Even though the physical infrastructure is in Fund 10, we know the ratepayers aren't getting the benefit. That's a shared resource. So that type of shared resource analysis we've done, and as we go through our budgeting cycles, maybe the board might determine, hey, well, wait a minute, we need to figure out a way for rec to pay this back, either they need to pay more fees, or maybe Hydro has to pay more. We haven't figured that out just yet.
Yeah, there is some reimbursement, and we will get to that. We'll
Yeah,
show you
that's
that.
Yeah.
That's
We've done the calcs and looked at annual kind of, what it's been over the last few years, expenses, and so, but Marvin's right, maybe there's a point where it's like, hey, that there's not enough coming back to the water, but I think we've shown over the course of the few years that, at least on averages, water definitely gets reimbursed those additional sort of shared resources that we're helping out with the rec department to do a project that otherwise they'd have to go to the open market, and then the district would be, utilizing some other funds for that.
Yeah.
When Director Beerwagen and I were on one of the last REIT committees, didn't we get to see that shared
Absolutely.
resources table?
Yes.
And, I think we suggested at the time, gosh, the whole board should look at this. It's really eye-opening. Is there a moment when you see that coming back?
Absolutely. I think it will, if it's not the 14th when we look at the 5-year projection.
We'll bring it in, Greg. Let's
Maybe
bring it
that's
in.
when we bring it.
Yeah,
But I wanted to bring it
really
after the next rate committee, when you have a chance to see with this new, end of year
money
number.
in here. Yeah.
Then we can, after that, bring it to the full board.
Yeah.
So I'm anticipating the time, right now, it'll be the next board meeting.
Oh,
where we're
good.
looking at this.
Oh, good. Because it was
That's sort of on the
everybody else,
list.
it was really
So that you all get
eye-opening.
brought up to speed on what that is.
That'd be nice, thank you.
Yeah. But yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Oh, good, thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you, Marvin.
Thank you, Marvin.
Thank
Does anybody else have, questions about the warrants?
It was up to
Do we need a motion to
We need a motion to approve the warrants.
I'll move, to
Public
approve the
comment.
check register, receive and file the project and facility and investment transaction report for the period ending March 12th, 2021.
Good job. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second. Is there any public comment on the warrants? If you'd like to comment on the warrants today, *9 on your phone. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Division 1,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 4. Aye. Division 2.
Aye. Thank you, Marvin.
Thank you,
Marvin.
Always a good education. Great education. Okay, next, I believe is, interim general manager's report.
Okay, I apologize yet again, I didn't have a chance to get this printed out for you all. So I'm just gonna read it, be relatively short. Between now and last board meeting, let's see, CABI, JPA met and, voted to dissolve, on a unanimous vote on 3/18, so that is in the works and under process right now, so appreciate the support, we got there. One of the items as well, so a couple other items came up between a PCWA/NID 2x2 meeting that directors Peter and Cole were at, and I think one of them that stunned me a bit is a CARB, California Air Resources Board, zero emission fleet mandate that's coming, and I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'll share with the whole board. It's a card presentation to update you on what that is. We're still looking at it. We're looking at it internally with maintenance and folks and seeing what that means for us and how we're going to meet that. So look for that coming. We also talked about a $5.5 billion fire prevention and climate resiliency bond. So we're taking a look at that and seeing how that might shape the course of our regional area and see how NID can be involved in that.
That was with PCWA?
Yeah, it was part of ours. No, that was just part of an update. And this 2x2 with PCWA, there's a section on the agenda where we share kind of legislative priorities and actions, and they brought these, so that was really helpful, and thank you to to, Andy Fecco and the board there at PCWA and staff.
Can I just interject on that bond? It's a proposition that passed the Senate, and if it passes the House, I think, then it will go on the ballot. It's a ballot measure, so it's
In
not.
California or
In California.
This
Yeah,
is
the
just
new
an initiative
proposition.
for,
It's, yeah, so it's
Okay.
not the money now, and I don't know if that was, I just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Yeah, I can send around kind of a link to this to you guys as well, so that you can get a chance to see it. There was a question last, warrants on a roughly $17,000 warrant for legal fees from Ben S. Feldman. And their question was, I hope this isn't a monthly fee. The answer is it was a monthly bill. Yeah. And I don't know if Dustin wants to weigh in, but you know, this organization, we have brought in a special legal counsel for a series of different activities that is going on with NID at the Ninth Circuit, or the lawsuits with different, you know, NGOs, are mostly around our FERC and some and also our Deer Creek activities. One of the nice things is we are sharing some of this bill with a couple different pieces with a couple different agencies in assisting us. So you will see another bill from them relatively soon, and a lot of activity happened in the last month.
Will it be ongoing for the next 10, 12 months, 17 grand?
Not to this clip, not to this clip.
It will be ongoing, but I would say that.
At that pace.
And we can update you more. We did, yeah, but that certainly was a monthly bill, and there is another one coming next month, and you may question that as well. But
at least they're prepared.
just so you know, I want to prepare you. It is not inexpensive to. I mean, we're talking 4 different activities, and a lot of effort is going in to make sure that our FERC license and our 401 and our processes for the next 50 years are in check and securing the benefit for this community. So this is money well spent now upfront, as opposed to not engaging and waiting. VAs are continuously in discussion, and we're working with our partner organizations in the region who are kind of hoping that more action is happening, and there's thought that that's going to start picking up steam here really soon. So we are engaging with groups like NACWA and other regional entities like YWA, et cetera, to come up with a concept that fits within sort of some of the parameters that we had spoke about, and we're excited to get moving on that, but that's moving pretty fast.
Are we a member of NACWA?
We are not. No, we used to be. We were off and on, I believe, from what I understand from their executive director for years. Right now, we're not. We have not been. But they are very gracious and wanting to bring us under their eyesight, because there's a lot that NID can contribute in this region, and I think it's important to look at that in the next budget cycle. So, we are engaged in the Placer local hazard mitigation planning process right now. The timeline on this is something that happens, it's kind of an every 5-year process. We did it in 2016. We're engaging in it now. There's also a Nevada County local hazard mitigation planning process that's just in its infancy and starting up. Placer started mid to late February, and pretty soon, in the next couple weeks, we're coming with sort of our draft presentation to Placer County for our local hazard mitigation planning. Their 2016 plan is on their website now. We're just updating it. It really is a look at NID's risk analyses of different natural disasters that may happen within our territory that will affect water delivery for this particular in Placer County. We also are doing it in Nevada County too. So it's things like looking at avalanche mitigation and wildfire and, stuff like that. Earthquakes, volcano eruptions, flooding risks. So all of these different things. And we build a mitigation plan, essentially. We identify the risks. So essentially the deal is when you have this done, it's adopted by all jurisdictions. Fire departments are working on it, local cities, counties, agencies, such as our special districts. So when something happens in this area, we have a document that we can address with FEMA right away, and then it's packaged. So it happens every 5 years.
And that helps with FEMA funding?
That's exactly what it's for.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps in the long-term mitigation of some of these things, and ours is on our website, I believe, for both Placer and Nevada. That we have an annex within the larger county planning document. So ours is focused on NID, and we talk about our issues and stuff like that. So you can see that. It's pretty comprehensive. The timeline on the turnaround time on this is pretty quick, and so I think our initial draft is due to the county by I think the 9th of April. But it's coming. We'll look at it as a board later on, and I may bring that to this board soon thereafter, just to give you an update on what it is, because then it's going to go out for public review from the county later on in April or May. So I wanted to give you an update. That's coming. Finally, I think the only one, I believe the Hemp Hill draft EIR is going to be on the street April 1st. So look for that. I think that's all I have.
All right.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Greg. Director's reports. Who would like to, let's see, we'll go this way. Who has a report they'd like to offer? Ricky. Director.
This will be very quick. I just wanted to report that I attended 2 really great Zoom informational meetings in the last couple of weeks. One, just the other day, was on the Loney Meadow Restoration Project update, and it was put on by Circle. Were you on there? Maybe you
I was on there. It was fascinating.
You were on there. Yeah, it was fascinating. It was really great. And they didn't really cover water so much as I was hoping, but they did a lot of carbon sequestration measuring, and I asked specifically about water, and they're going to release those numbers sometime in the next few months, the data. But they did some pretty interesting work in that meadow restoration. And then I also attended a DWR workshop called Water Wars, What Are They Good For? And that was put on by, it's so funny. And it was put on by a woman I know from Stantec was the leader, and they had a bunch of different speakers, and it was very informational. And lastly, I think most of us get Maven and get those daily and sometimes weekly blasts. Well, so I really wanted to ask this. So today on Maven, it says the State Water Resources Control Board sent out 40,000 letters to water rights holders with early warning notices to plan for shortages. I'm wondering, are we one of those water right holders?
Yes.
Did we get that?
We did.
Just 2 days
Yes,
ago.
I can speak to this a little bit. So this is
Yeah.
the playbook that the Water Board used in 14 and 15. Conditions are such that they're forecasting the likelihood of curtailment.
Right.
Let me take a step back. Water rights function first in time, first in right.
Right.
The earlier your water rights, pre-1914 is a line of demarcation. Generally, it's the better.
Yes.
In this priority system. We like the priority system. We want the priority system to stay. We don't want some other type of system, after 150 years of development, more than 150 years of development around first in time, first in right. So what the Water Board is doing ought to be commended. That this is good. They're the state entity charged with regulating water rights and projecting. It's a supply and demand analysis, and forecasting that into the drier months, summer months. So it's a very unique year, as I think 2015, it was the exact opposite.
Right.
We had some rain, but zero snow effectively. And I've been worried, I've actually been talking to the water board members about this. NID in particular, because you have snow melt that your facilities will capture. You don't want curtailments to come on in May when your snow melt is still coming on. That could preclude you from capturing that runoff.
Right.
And that would be good for nobody. That water then would just be lost.
Goes out to the ocean, yeah.
So you want a curtailment to be structured and tailored such that you're able to capture your runoff. So it's a very unique year in that respect. Most droughts do not have snowpack, which is 69, 70% of average, somewhere around. I mean,
Yeah, it's not bad.
bad.
It's not great, but it's not bad.
So this is an early warning, as you said. When and if there will be actual curtailment orders or notices to be determined. The water board has done a fair amount of work, to their credit, since the last drought on this supply and demand balance. I think it's very complex when you're talking about 40,000 water right holders and consumptive, non-consumptive, and so on. One fortunate thing, and maybe Chip can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm off of memory, most of your, if not all of your upper division is pre-14. So a lot of this,
What I was hoping.
a lot of this is mitigated because I can't imagine that they would curtail into pre-14, you know, in May, where it would cause us a concern. But they're very likely to curtail post-14, sometime in that time period.
So then, the notice that we received as NID, was it specific to certain water rights, or was it just a broad, hey, we're warning everybody?
It's a one-page.
It was a one-page broad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I believe we posted, I'm looking right now, I believe we posted something on
Somewhere?
prepare, you know, the state, you know, that this has been a low water year, we're projecting kind of with them in terms of let's be water conscious, moving forward, all that. And that's
Well,
the
you know, it kind of
communication.
goes to Rich's point, when we knew we had to declare the surplus, and he added, we'll declare the surplus, but the messaging has to be added to it, you know, like you say, we're in this really strange place of not bad, but it could get worse very soon.
Yeah. And in other areas of the state, it is.
I know it is, I know, we're probably one of the luckier ones,
Yeah,
yeah?
we're totally the lucky ones.
We are, us and, yeah, we were UCWA, right? They're kind of, they're kind of in our same space.
El Dorado.
This band,
And Headwater.
kind of
Headwaters,
northern,
Headwater this year has been spared.
well,
So,
yeah, but below,
If you ever watch the storm track, that's up Interstate 80.
I know,
It's always just straight up Interstate 80.
I know, straight up by 80 is
Right.
great.
this is what you get when you're in a La Nina situation, because all the water on the coast is colder. And that's why we get the cold storms, we're not getting the warm ones. And until that changes, till Nino, you know, it can go on like this for a while.
So,
I went beyond my thing, but.
that's all right.
I,
That's
I
a good conversation.
participated in, so I wanted.
So, to talk about how bad it is down the valley, so I just set my commitment, only 45 more acre feet at $640 an acre foot. Our
Yeah.
price is what, 40?
And I paid $2,000 this year for a 1 minor ditch.
Which is,
That's year round.
yeah,
Yeah.
but that's 9 minor, that's a little under 300.
For one
No, it's
minor
not,
ditch.
it's about 220, for an acre foot.
Yeah.
So the going price, but St. Louis is going out buying everything at $575, outbidding everybody and grabbing everything they can. So it's a big grab from
Yeah.
south of the delta, because there is hardly any water,
Is that for, agriculture or domestic use?
both.
So Justin, what's your crystal ball say that water board will take this unique situation into consideration and not take their,
Well,
put their restrictions on until later?
but they went to 1903 last time.
Yes, they did. But
That's why the weather's fun to watch.
I think they'll probably issue, curtailment in May. This depends on April rain.
Yeah.
If April is above average, it'll push that out, but if the trend continues, I think it's probably May, would be my guess. And they'll probably go to, hopefully they will start at tranches, and it may go quick, the, current permits through 1990, you're curtailed. Next tranche is 1989 through 1960. And, hopefully that's the way the system was designed. Last drought, it was so, the supply and demand curves were such that it was basically everything post 14 at the same moment.
Yeah.
So the Bureau has put out 2 allocations. North of the Delta have been 5% and an additional 5% at 190 an acre foot. How is that affected by this? The Bureau's different, separated from the state.
Yeah, but the Bureau does hold state permits to operate the PVC. Same with the state water project, they have water rights. The difference is, in essence, the projects just continue operating, because by that time, they're drafting storage. Under any scenario, they're drafting storage, so more is going out than is coming in, so curtailment won't affect them. My concern is more is coming, the opposite scenario where you have to release more than you otherwise would. And
Thank you.
the Water Board is aware of this issue, and it's such a critical and unique situation. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to do the right thing. But it's an issue that we need to watch closely, obviously.
So if we do get curtailed and we're down then below the surplus declaration, because right now we're below it. We revisit immediately, special.
Yeah, because we don't know what's gonna happen yet.
Sure, understood.
Right.
Yeah, we revisit, we look at the drought plan,
And we make quick adjustments.
adaptive management.
Adaptive management, yeah. Okay,
So that woke everybody up.
this is it. Thank you, Ricky, for
Yes, I was so happy to do that.
Director's report.
Yeah.
Laura.
Mine is very similar to Ricky's. I attended both of those webinars. We're on the invite list, I guess, if you check your NID emails. But the takeaway message on the water wars was that we have to be collaborative. The key is the collaboration with others. And it was resounding again, even in, Director Hall and I went to Costa County 2x2. They stressed that as well. To participate with our neighbors and our partners is key going forward. We have to be active participants in our regional watershed. And so that was kind of the takeaway message from the water wars. And again, the Lonely Meadows was fascinating, and it gives a lot of opportunity. I thought it was quite a success story, even from a carbon sequestration standpoint, as well as the slowing and spreading and getting the water in the ground. It goes subsurface right down to the bottom of the basin. And so that was very good. I also attended the Lincoln Municipal Advisory Committee, and I let them know about the rate increases that are on the horizon, or that we're contemplating. And several of them expressed great concerns, like, wow, we're not even done with the last ones, and so.
I paid the last one.
So they asked that I take back a message to really think hard before we react, and so I duly noted. And finally, Dustin, you have such information on legislative updates and what's going on with bills and the status. Personally, I think it would be really helpful if you had just a brief report out at meetings. You're here, and we're probably paying you to keep your finger on these topics. It'd be really helpful to hear that. When we went to 2x2, they had all these legislative updates that we didn't, we were hearing it for the first time. And it would be helpful if we just incorporated into our updates, so we're aware going out into the community of what's going on, because we just try and keep track of all of this that affects stuff.
What we could do, what I would propose is, I'm part of Aqua's State Legislative Committee, where we look at every water public agency related bill that comes through Sacramento, and then that committee then gives instruction to the lobbyists to take, favor, not favor, amendments, those kinds of things. So I, as part of that, committee, a number of our clients, share in the expense of that effort. And I prepare a summary letter, because there's literally hundreds of bills. Not all of them are of interest to, a district like NID. So I take the bills that I think would be of interest to the group of clients that I'm representing, one of which is NID, and then I prepare a letter that briefly summarizes the bill. This is why it's important, this is our concern or not concern, this is why we favor it, and then Aqua's position, and then just kind of keep track of that through the legislative year. So I'm actually delinquent. I need to write that letter. Greg hasn't seen one yet this legislative year, but what we can do, it's confidential, it's privileged, so this isn't something that should be distributed to the public, because there's legal and legislative strategy that I put into that. But it's something that you as board members can have just under the confidentiality banner. And
It'd be really helpful.
It would be really helpful.
It helps us be more informed.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I think that would be really helpful.
Thank you for that, Laura. That was good.
That's a good idea. Yeah. Is that all?
That's it.
Director Hall, do you have a report?
I don't think I gave an update on my Zoom meeting with Dan Macon and Cindy Graff, who are with the Placer and Nevada County Cooperative Extension. And in the conversation, they feel that the large percentage, vast majority of farmers in our area and ranchers are making the most efficient use of water. So they're not using antiquated overhead sprinklers and that kind of thing. They did suggest if, I think there's this dynamic of that Rich referred to earlier. If you get more efficient with water, you just irrigate more land. So it's not that they actually cut back. And they've been working with Greg and team on a survey to go out to customers, PCWA and our whatever you call it. They agreed that they will participate in that survey. So it might be we may relook at that survey with an eye toward our conversation about really understanding water use. So is that group that would be surveyed, is that a group we can ask, are you using your water 7 days a week, 24/7? But that would be a small sample that we could at least get some additional context for our water use in the district. I also had a Zoom meeting with Melinda Booth and Ashley Overhouse with Circle, and they talked about their interest in kind of reestablishing the historical relationship that has existed between Circle and NID. And I realize that there's some stress points there, but there's also some opportunities for good collaboration and ways that we can build fences and mend fences, build partnership with them. And they are very open and interested in that.
Okay, thank you. Director Johansson.
So I took that survey this morning.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Too late to modify it.
Is it out?
It's out on the street. No, I don't know if it is or not. It might be.
He's got the inside track.
No, I mean, Dan sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
To look at it. And the other part of that is that it's easy to measure food and fiber production, but they would also like to measure how much would it cost to do fire reduction management on that amount of acres. And it's going to be in the millions.
Yes, right, it is.
And so that adds a whole new valuation to our ranch lands. Because a lot of fires in San Diego and some here, the 49 fire, when it hit a ranch area, gone. It put the fire out. So it's going to be incredibly valuable.
Yeah.
On that thing. I'm ready to collaborate with anyone. Just don't sue us.
Yeah, that's my point.
Collaborate.
Collaborate, stop suing us.
Well, I think in the instance of Circle and some of the NGOs that, and this might be naive on my part, okay? I totally would own that. But mean, in my past work at UC Davis, we had organizations and entities that sued us. We also continued to have a partnership with them. And we did that because we can have this, it's like a relationship. You can have disagreement in one area, and that can be serious and have heavy implications. But you can have a whole breadth of things that you agree on. And it makes those issues that come to the contentious, knock down, drag them out points easier to deal with when you have this other part of the partnership. And we used to have the other part of the partnership. And that held a lot of goodwill. So I agree that it's hard when you get sued. But I've also seen where you just have to put it aside and try to build on, because then we lose out totally. It's 100% loss if you don't have any partnership at all. So, just my opinion.
You want a response?
You have a report?
When,
Oh, I thought he was still going.
Oh, okay, sorry.
yeah,
He's not done.
collaborate from the beginning. If that is, I mean, I'm willing to collaborate, but everything has to be on the table.
I agree too to that.
Everything. Just when things are so essential to our operations and to our district, and then we're getting, in my opinion, sued on it. And we're collaborating on things that don't mean as much. Let's get right down to the bottom. You know, let's bring science to everything. Figure it all out. What's the best for the watershed? What's best for all the environment, the wildlife habitat on our lands that are, you know, the irrigation, on our pastures, our farms, ranches. Get it all out there and collaborate.
I think they would totally agree with that. And I think they would agree with having a science-based comprehensive analysis. I think that's part of the contentiousness. But I do think I think we have to reach out. And if we find that it's not worth the time, that's fine. And Greg, you may feel like you already have, and
your update.
What's that?
No,
We're fighting over here.
No,
we're not
going like this. Right.
No.
No, let's don't put Greg in the middle here.
No, don't put the Greg in the middle at
It's
all.
amongst us.
Yes.
And I think that.
it is with him, though. He is the leader, the interim general manager, and even when he is, you know, in his former position, he had a leadership role representing NID in our community. And I believe every NID employee, certainly the management team, it's not just the board.
No, it's an absolute staff activity. And, you know, I definitely appreciate the sentiment, for sure.
It's an update.
Yeah, it's an update, and
update.
maybe a point for further conversation at some
Absolutely.
point down the road.
We're not even far down the road, or, I mean, it certainly is. And Melinda and I have spoken a couple different times. Matter of fact, I believe I need to respond to a call that she has for me right now. So we do reach out, and I think it is key to make sure that we have the relationships that we do. We all work and operate in the same watershed, and as I told her last October, whatever it was, is that we all have a lot of the same goals.
Right.
Yep.
We just have different methods to get there.
Yep.
Well, and I don't know if we have that.
And they're not even that different.
I don't think they're that
when
different.
you come down to it.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's just a misunderstanding of, you know, what we're trying to do and the amounts of water needed.
Right.
And then there's always the elephant in the room.
But getting that baseline and having that as agreed upon methodology helps to facilitate the elephant conversation.
That's right.
Amen.
I concur.
On that note, I have no report.
Okay.
Step into it.
Those are great comments.
Well, those are good comments. And there, anyway, I'll leave it at that. We'll, take a 5-minute break before we go on the rest of our agenda.
Should we do public comment on items to be considered in closed session? Because the next agenda is closed session.
I know that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
But
I thought maybe,
it doesn't matter to me. If, do
I
you think
would
it's better that way?
recommend do public comment,
Now?
yeah, right now.
And then they can have a break.
On closed session items.
Okay.
And then just remember, Mr. Chair, that
Yes.
in public, that we added the Water Audit California versus NID pending litigation matter, if anybody would like to comment on that.
Oh, that's,
Yeah, it's on the website.
Yeah, and
we have three items.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
if I predict the future, Mr. Chair, I would predict a readout that direction was given to, legal counsel.
Okay.
We will stop the Zoom.
We'll stop the Zoom after the comment period. Okay. Okay, does any member of the public like to comment on items that are going to be presented in the closed session? The three closed session items, including the one we added at the beginning of the meeting. Anybody would like to comment, *9 on your phone, about items we're going to consider in closed session? Okay, seeing none, we will close the open session, take a 5-minute break, and that'll be the end of the Zoom meeting.
thank you.
Thank you for participating.